Bienvenidos a la Junta de Supervisores. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors en español. We want our Spanish-speaking residents to have more access to county government in their own language, and Spanish live translation can make that possible in person and remotely. Un grupo de intérpretes están en vivo en la reunión de la Junta de Supervisores traduciendo simultáneamente. Usted puede ver, escuchar y participar en persona o por internet de esta reunión los martes. For those who come in person and want to listen in, headsets are available at the Clerk of the Board reception. Aquellos que vienen y desean escuchar la reunión, tenemos disponibles audífonos en el vestíbulo de la oficina del secretario de la Junta. And for those who want to tune in, a Spanish live stream is available on RivCo.org. Aquellos que desean sintonizarnos pueden hacerlo a través del portal RivCo.org. Los intérpretes también están listos para traducir cualquier comentario del público en el podio o por teléfono. Interpreters are available and ready to translate any comments from the public at the podium or via phone. Board meeting agendas and minutes are published in Spanish on RivCo.org. Las agendas y minutos de la reunión de la Junta de Supervisores son publicadas en español en RivCo.org. Queremos saber de usted y que se entere de todo lo que pasa en el gobierno del condado de Riverside en su propio idioma. We want your participation in Riverside County Government.
Good morning. Much better. So I'm looking, oh, she's right up there. We have a guest today. Can you share today?
Check. Oh, there we go. Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Veronica Perez. I'm the Public Information Officer with the Riverside County Department of Animal Services. And today I have brought Abby from our Western Riverside shelter located in Jurupa Valley. So a little bit about Abby. She is 8 months old. She's a shepherd mix, and she's been at the shelter since June 16th. So everything you see about her on the slide is true. She's pretty well-mannered. She's playful and curious. Once you get her energy out, she walks really well on leash. Jumped in the car, no problem, but as you can see, super duper puppy energy. If you know anybody who's looking for a dog to add to the home, or if you yourself are looking for an animal, we have cats, we have other animals available across our shelter system. And so for the month of August, we have fee-waived adoptions. With every single adoption, you get spay or neuter surgery for that animal, you get age-appropriate vaccinations, you get a microchip, you get an engraved ID tag, the list goes on, you get unconditional love, right, with the animal. So definitely help us spread the word that for the month of August, we do have fee-waived adoptions. And if you're not able to adopt, I do really quickly want to talk about our Dog Day Out program. So it's basically a day trip program where you can come to the shelter, take a dog out for a day, get them out into the community, get them to exercise, socialize, and meet potential adopters, and really help them de-stress from being in the kennels. So lots of options. Definitely, if you haven't come to the shelter, check it out, and tell all your friends and family about fee-waived adoptions. I'll be in the back for a little bit if you're interested in meeting Abby. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for sharing. Those of you, if this is your first time, we have on during our meetings, we bring one of our furry friends from the shelter because our shelters are at an overcapacity. So we are trying to entice someone in this audience today to make a new friend. There is fostering. There's Forever Friends. So whatever you would like, we'd love to work with you. And if you know of anybody, we are really looking for more partners with our animal shelter so that we can bring more happiness to their lives and our lives. So thank you again. We are going to begin, as we always do, with roll call. Is my screen just not working? Supervisor Medina? Now, Is Supervisor Perez on Zoom?
Madam Chair, I'll take an oral vote,
Okay.
an oral roll call. Supervisor Medina? Here. Supervisor Spiegel?
Here.
Supervisor Washington?
Here.
Supervisor Perez? Okay, he'll be joining us in a few moments.
Okay.
Supervisor Gutierrez?
Here.
Okay, thank you. We have Supervisor Perez joining us for the meeting. Can you please?
Thank you, Chair. It's my understanding that Supervisor Perez will be joining this meeting via video conferencing due to a family emergency. But sounds like, as the clicker boy indicated, he will be joining us momentarily. When he does, he will make the record.
Thank you.
And for that reason, all votes will be by roll call today.
So my question to you is, if he drops off because he does have a family thing he has to go to, when he drops off, do we continue the meeting with roll call, or can we?
Very good question. I think that when a board member is no longer attending it remotely, then the board can do it by no need for roll calls.
Okay,
By electronically.
thank you. Okay, we will now have our invocation by Brent Sherrick. He's the volunteer chaplain for Riverside County Fire Department. And we will have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Brianne.
Good morning. Would you please bow your heads with me? Father, we just come before thee and we lift this day up to you. We lift this meeting up to you, Lord Father. And Lord, who knows what's going to happen, what's going to go on through this meeting, but I would ask that you would be in the midst of it. And you would be here and you would be present. And you would give this Board of Supervisors wisdom and discernment on any decisions they may make, on anything that's sensitive or anything that's personal to them or to those that are going to bring forth their requests, that you would be in the midst of that. And I'd ask as those who bring forth their requests that you would be with them, that they would bring them with maybe a sensitivity and a respect for this Board of Supervisors. And Lord, just be in the midst here. Be with those who are here in the gallery, Lord, who knows what's going on in their lives. But you would be there with them and with this Board of Supervisors, because we don't know what's going on in their lives either. And for Mr. Perez, that you would be with him through this family emergency, whatever's happening there, Lord, that you would let him be there and be present for whoever it's going on with. And Lord, I'd ask that you would be with our men and women of our fire department, of our law enforcement, as things are going to get busier for them in the month ahead, Lord, as things heat up and as fire season starts. That you would be there with those families that are watching their loved ones go out. And I pray most of all that you'd bring them home to their families again, Lord. And we thank you for that. And we thank you for them and their sacrifice. And we ask all these things in your Son's name. Amen.
Good morning. Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we have two presentations this morning we would like to share with you. And the first one is going to be Child Support Services for Child Support Awareness Month. And trying to think, Director Nicole Wyndham Hurd, you're going to come up and share with us. Just real quick, Child Support Awareness Month not only focuses on raising awareness of child support services, but uplifts child support professionals throughout Riverside County and celebrates their constant contributions to the communities that we serve, highlighting all that they do to increase the well-being of families. Child support professionals are dedicated to assisting parents, families, and available services designed to be neutral, helpful, and fair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, CEO Jeff Van Wagenen. My name is Nicole Wyndham-Hurd, Director for the Department of Child Support Services. I'd like to thank you for acknowledging Child Support Awareness Month and the hard work that the child support professionals do day in and day out to ensure children have the essential services that they need. Also to our outreach and resource communities, we provide so much good work out there and great resources for families in need. So I appreciate them. We thank them during this time, and we want to highlight that during Child Support Awareness Month. We do have a short video to share to kind of share a little bit about what we do and who we are.
At Riverside County Child Support Services, we're committed to helping children and families succeed. Beyond establishing and enforcing child support orders, we provide on-site case assistance at community outreach events, making it easier for parents to connect with the services they need. We're also making our services more accessible by offering open office hours on the second Saturday of every month for parents who can't visit during the work week. Plus, our outreach events, workshops, and educational materials are all available in both English and Spanish to better serve Riverside County's diverse communities. Throughout 2026, we continued expanding our community impact. We kicked off the year with our Family Resource Fair in Indio, followed by our Fathers and Families Fun Day at the YMCA in Corona, connecting families with valuable resources, activities, and child support services. In May, we celebrated mothers during our annual Mom's Day event, offering services both in person and virtually. In June, we hosted our second annual Fatherhood Forum, bringing together fathers, community leaders, and partner agencies to strengthen families through education and collaboration. The following day, our Dad's Day in Moreno Valley welcomed families for sports clinics, youth activities, and direct access to county resources and child support services. Our commitment continues year-round through virtual workshops, community outreach, and Child Support Awareness Month, helping thousands of families connect with school supplies, community resources, and the services they need. Join us for our annual Child Support Awareness Month Family Support Resource Fair on Saturday, August 8th from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Families can receive free backpacks with school supplies for children's ages 3 to 17, connect with county and community resources, explore employment opportunities, enjoy free haircuts, bicycle helmets, and so much more. Together, we are building stronger families and brighter futures. To learn more about our services, upcoming events, or the Family Support Resource Fair, visit RivCoDCSS.com or scan the QR code on the screen.
So we look forward to seeing all the families out on Saturday, August 8th. It'll be a wonderful event and lots of resources and things happening for the families. So I want to thank the board again for this proclamation and for this acknowledgement for Child Support Awareness Month.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, right there. Right up here. Do you want some of your team to come right up?
Here you go. I snuck up behind you. You got more team coming up. I just wanted to say I've seen tremendous growth in effectiveness and capacity in innovation over the last decade in this department, especially in the last 4 or 5 years. We are really touching on what I think the mission of Child Support Services is, that is to support and lift up children and families. And in the last couple of years, the innovative way that you're bringing dads back into the fold, helping to support the entire unit of families. I'm just so happy with the way DCSS has been conducting its business. So thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Okay. No, I just want to thank also Department of Child Support Services for their hard work. Just like Supervisor Washington mentioned, they are doing incredible work with our dads, community events. I've been seeing that in the past 3.5 years that I've been here, and just want to thank you for your leadership, Nicole, and everyone. Thank you so much for all that you do. And thank you also for acknowledging not just the dads, but even the grandparents or the uncles or the foster parents that also take care of the kids. I used to see that a lot in the school system. And what I love about the events that you do is that it's all inclusive. You include them too, and moms also that are taking those two roles, so I appreciate that. Thank you, that's very special.
Well, I'll keep my remarks very brief. Just want to say thank you, commend you for all your good work, and look forward to continuing to work with you.
I think you already know that I am probably one of your biggest advocates for children, because as cliche as it sounds, our children are our future. And there's no question, if we don't give them the resources, the love, the attention, just all the things that when you call a normal family, then we are failing them. We are the village that surrounds our youth, whether they're ours by blood or ours by whatever. And this is what I have been seeing the growth of, the support of families, keeping families in touch with their kids, involving them with their kids, because we sometimes get so busy and our kids suffer. So thank you for all of your efforts, forcing this, and giving us opportunities. You trying to get somebody to come up here?
Yes.
Come on, you can get pictures. He's one of our big advocates, not just heights, but thank you all for being here, because you are that leadership that is having us follow behind you and support you. And we look forward to some of the more innovative things as you keep bringing those on to us, because as Supervisor Gutierrez says, I love the family days that we do. And I think it's in all the districts, bringing families together. We all have a different taste to it, but I'll tell you, opportunities that are handed, they're being taken. So there's obviously a desire, a demand, and we're bringing families together, and that's really important. So thank you.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Supervisor Perez. We're doing a presentation on families right now, child support services.
I wanted to just state something out loud as well. I had a chance of going to the event last year, I think in Indio, as well as I believe in Blythe. And it was a wonderful event. There was a lot of people there. The band was performing as well, and a bunch of families. And I think one of the biggest issues of concern is that we have a lot of kids at times, especially young boys, who grew up without their dads, without their fathers. And I think that's a major concern. And obviously, any child without a parent is a concern. But in this case, a lot of times unfortunately, our kids that grow up without parents, and specifically a dad, are not mentored, not given direction, guidance, and eventually end up going to the wayside and going down the wrong track here and there. So luckily, my dad was involved with my life, as well as my uncle, and the lives of many of the kids that I grew up with. Now, a lot of those kids are no longer alive, unfortunately, over the course of time. So the more that we can go ahead and protect our children through child support services, as well as engage the parents, I think the better. I just wanted to state that out loud, and thank you for the good work. And as soon as you're ready to make the next presentation, I got to state something out loud according to legal counsel.
Okay. So we have a proclamation on your behalf, and thank you. I'm not going to read it all. We've talked about it. So why don't we go here for a picture? We have your stand-in for you, Manny.
All right. Who is that?
I'm looking to who'd be a good stand-in for you. Oh, sorry, nobody. You are one of a kind.
You're not tall enough already.
Perfect.
That's what the way it is. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next opportunity, I'm going to bring up Chief Fish.
Madam Chair, before we go on to the next presentation, I got to state something that I was asked to by your council.
Can you do that after this presentation?
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. We don't have this opportunity very often, so I wanted to definitely share this with everybody.
Thank you, Supervisor Board. I come forward to, fortunately, we've had the honor as a department to recognize 2 of our members by the governor for the Medal of Valor. This is an unusual but not a rare event for our county. The county has historically awarded 54 Medal of Valors to our men and women for service here in the county. The board has established a prior process of any time this occurs to bring them forward so that they can be recognized here in the county as well. So that's what we're going to do. 2 of our recipients, Chief John Crater and Chief Michael Martinez. Come on, guys, this is where the torture starts. Chief Martinez, unfortunately, was unable to attend the award ceremony in Sacramento in June with the governor. So this is his first opportunity to be recognized, and I felt it is important. So just a couple of facts for everybody. The actions which are being recognized were at the airport fire September 9th, 2024, so almost 2 years ago. The fire burned 23,526 acres in Orange and Riverside County, 2,226 of those acres here in Riverside specifically. Both Chief Martinez and Crater responded in the early stages of the fire. We have a video that kind of highlights and recognizes the actions that they took forward and why they were being awarded the medal. You can go ahead and play the video.
Firefighters battling the airport fire. Airport fire is as they battle the airport fire.
As the airport fire tore through El Carrizo Village.
So we went up in the area and started making sure that all the evacuation warnings were correct, evacuation orders were in place, and started pre-planning the area. We established points where fire made a certain run to a certain location. That's when we were going to expand our evacuation warnings. And during the day, not much activity was really going on. Up until about noon, we started noticing the fire was making some hard runs over towards what I'll call the northeast, if you will. Eventually, it hit our point, and we were all out on Ortega Highway pre-planning what the next course of action was going to be. And highway, we're just going house to house to make sure that everyone was out. The fire eventually came off the hill from Los Pinos camp and spotted across really fast. And once it spotted across, it got in alignment with the highway and started making a hard run to the northeast. And you had probably about 100 to 200 foot flame lengths on both sides of the highway. I happened to stop at Station 51 where the crews were engaged protecting Station 51. And I just happened to look out my passenger side window because I was parked horizontally on Ortega Highway, and I saw I saw a person literally walking down Ortega Highway with flames on both sides of the highway, well over 100 to 200 feet. And I just couldn't believe my eyes. I ended up just instinct. I just drove my car right down there, got her into my car, and drove her out, and then took her down to the bottom of Ortega Highway for treatment.
Battalion 9, go on tack.
Hey, can I get you out of here? Huh? Yeah. I don't care. Bring the dog. Let's go, man. I want you out of here. Just throw all that stuff to the side. There you go. Get in my front seat.
No, I gotta hang on to him.
Oh, okay. Well, get in. Slide over. Just push all that stuff out of the way. All right, bud.
The key here, that's like 40 feet.
Are you injured?
No, I'm not fine. 1404 Alpha.
I'm gonna get you down to the Ortega Market. I've lived in this county my whole life, and we're just here to protect life and property and take care of our citizens.
I had been watching the fire, and I started seeing lots of big black smoke up there, and I watched it come down the ridge and get the big deep canyon over there and just keep coming. I made preparations to stay. I didn't make preparations to go, which was one of my big errors that day. I think I saw him first, and I walked down. My drive is a quarter of a mile. He told me I needed to evacuate. Of course, I told him I'm not going to. Talked to him a little bit, and he said, I want a truck right here, indicating to me that he was serious about doing what he could to save this house. But I was too stubborn to listen to him at that point. My next encounter was he pulled up, said, get in the truck, came over to clean out his passenger side seat, get in the truck. So I just got in. I'm thankful that he was probably as stubborn as I am about it.
I'm happy to work for CAL FIRE Riverside County Fire Department.
I'm very proud to serve Riverside County.
So as I mentioned earlier, Chief Martinez was unable to actually attend the State Awards Assembly where the governor presented the awards. So I've asked Supervisor Spiegel to present him his medal. And I'm going to read his citation because I know his family is watching and they didn't have the opportunity previously. On September 9th, 2024, fire units responded to a major incident in Orange County, the airport fire. Battalion Chief Michael A. Martinez was on scene early, assigned to the incident as a division supervisor. By mid-afternoon on September 10th, around 3:15, the fire exploded in fury. It created extreme weather conditions that threatened the community of El Carrizo Village. Fire whirls and fire tornadoes tore through the area. Debris flew through the air and pierced structures. Amid this chaos, Chief Martinez worked tirelessly to evacuate people. He also directed firefighting resources. Then Chief Martinez faced a scene that felt ripped from a nightmare. A woman was walking alone along the highway, surrounded by flames reaching 100 to 200 feet on both sides. Without hesitation, Chief Martinez drove his vehicle into the burning zone. Erratic fire behavior surrounded him. Acting alone and without a pump or hose, Chief Martinez reached Miss Jackie Hunter, who was actively smoldering from the advancing fire. He pulled her into his vehicle and retreated to a safer location where she was provided medical care for her injuries. His decisive actions saved her life. Miss Hunter survived, but she did suffer third-degree burns over 40% of her body. When it counted, Chief Martinez ran towards danger, not away from it. His bravery in that critical moment reminds us what it means to serve and protect others. Today, the state of California presents the Gold Medal of Valor to Chief Michael Martinez for his extraordinary act of heroism, extending far and above the normal call of duty. Chief Martinez, congratulations. And Prater. And not to minimize Chief Crater at all, he was able to attend the ceremony, and in that video you got to see classic John Crater. Just get in, let's go, let's do it. So, these two men are called out specifically by the governor and being recognized, but acts like this take place every day within the public service departments that protect, not just in the fire department, but also in the sheriff's department. And it's nice to be able to call them out for their extraordinary efforts, but these types of acts are not unfrequent. They happen regularly. And so to be able to articulate that to our community is a great opportunity. So thank you and congratulations, gentlemen and Supervisor.
Congratulations, Chief. Both of you. Outstanding heroism. I'm reminded of my time in the military when you sat.
Thank you.
Can I get you a coffee?
If you'd like. Appreciate it.
I served in the military for 7 years, never during active duty. I mean, never during an active war. And I felt guilty about people saying thank you for your service. And then someone pointed out, but you were available. And that's the commitment you made. And the reason I tell that story is because this is what our firefighters do day in and day out. They put their own lives on the line. They don't know if they're going to get called. Often they don't. But as the chief said, often they do. And when they do, they act like professionals. They act like heroes. And they step in and save lives. So I can't tell you how much I love you and appreciate you. Thank you for all that you do for our county.
You want us to go down or up here? They have a standard, they like us down there.
Wherever you want. You too. Okay. It's like every time, it's the same, but it's not.
Okay, wait a minute, I'm gonna go down.
Great, good job. Okay. Yeah, I will. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. I treat him to tell us about that.
And I know that Supervisor Perez wants to share something, but I'm going to start it by saying is that he's going to be sharing, and under these circumstances, we're going to move. If you ever look on the agenda, it says 10 o'clock is our public hearings. We are moving up 23.1 till now, so we can include him since this is in his district, and I know many of you want to address so that he could hear. We will be cutting our time to 2 minutes for the public hearings. I'm going to tell you ahead of time, if you start addressing anything with the grand jury report, I'm going to cut you off. This is not part of this public hearing. The public hearing is about the ordinance only. So, Supervisor Perez, did you have anything else you wanted to say on that?
Yes, just very quickly. First of all, I too just want to commend and congratulate our servicemen and firefighters that just received recognition by the state of California, as well as just public safety overall. They're all well-deserving, and they do hard work, and they do it for us, for all of us. Also, I just want to say thank you, Chaplain. I heard you bring me up, and basically why I'm not there, folks, and I need to state this out loud according to the law. But I just also wanted to state it out loud because I think it's important that people get it straight. You know, sometimes they misinform others. I wish I could be out there at the meeting, but according to a new policy at the state level, emergency allows me not to be there and zoom in. My aunt just passed away, and yesterday was her wake, and today is her burial. And I'm hoping to get to the meeting as quickly as possible so I can be with the rest of the family. My aunt was obviously very special to me, as I assume many of you have family members that are obviously your aunts and uncles that are very special to you as well. I hope that that's respected, and just want to say thank you for allowing me to say that out loud, Madam Chair. And to my colleagues, I appreciate your indulgence, you also looking out for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so 23.1, how many speakers do we have?
16.
Okay, we're no longer accepting any cards because we're opening the item. Public comment cards need to be in by 10:30. So if you have a public comment you want to address the board on, 10:30, we cut that off. Okay, gentlemen.
Morning. Good
Morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Brian Contino. I'm the Director of Code Enforcement, and we are here today to talk about proposed changes to Ordinance 927.3 with our short-term rental. As you guys remember, we came to February 10th board meeting with some of these changes. We were asked to take a re-examination of our processes and the code as well to create a more cohesive and stricter enforcement policy for the short-term rental. So we are here today to discuss those changes that we have implemented. Slides.
Are you in the queue for a reason?
All right.
That's fine.
There it goes. Okay, so I'm going to start by talking about the proposed changes to the code enforcement process. So one of the questions or requests that we had the most was the expansion of code enforcement hours. And so we took a look at how we operate, and we are going to go ahead and make those changes. We were able to make those changes and expand code enforcement hours until midnight. We will have 2 officers that will be stationed in the Desert office and 2 officers stationed in Temecula until the hours of midnight. And on a rotating basis, so that way they can work their hours and still provide adequate coverage to the rest of the county. The staging will be taking place Thursday through Sunday. Those are the heaviest times that we get the calls for the short-term rental complaints. But there is a cost to this. It's about an annual cost of about $250,000 a year for our staff to be going out there to working those overtime hours. Another change that we're doing is we're removing the operator complaint resolution. This was one where somebody would call complaining about noise. Code enforcement would contact the operator. They would get 60 minutes to make contact with the tenants or the occupants of the property and tell them to turn off the noise or to correct that violation. Code enforcement's now going to take the lead on that. We're going to request that all individuals call code enforcement first. We will go out, we will verify whether or not there is actual noise violation or any type of complaint associated with that property. And we'll make contact with the tenants and then let the operator know what we found when we got out to the site. This will alleviate the noise complaints a lot quicker, and it cuts that window down so we can get rid of the nuisance violation in the community. Another thing we're doing is we're doing a license status check. We have now a path for suspension and revocation. So when we do get these complaints, we're going to check to make sure that they are not suspended. If they are suspended, they will get immediate revocation if we go out there and see that they are in violation. And I'll get more into that in a minute. There it goes. The first offense, repeat offenders. So right now, the way our system is set up, we have 2 different paths of compliance. We have a notice of violation for signage, parking, trash, and then we have citations for noise and occupancy, and they didn't really go hand in hand. So what we're doing now is we're no longer determining which violation gets what type of enforcement action. So right now, when you get a first violation or a first offense for violating the rules, it's going to be a notice of violation. Every violation after that will be a citation, starting at $1,500, $3,000, and $5,000 subsequent after that. It's a graduated enforcement that we have not had from the notice to the citations. They've just never really gone hand in hand. And now we also have a path for suspension and revocation. So right now we're proposing a 5 notice threshold, which will trigger a 6-month suspension. If they get the 5 notices in the 6 months, then they will get suspended, but they have a right to appeal every citation and notice that they get. So that way they don't, they get their day in court to determine whether or not the county acted in good faith and actually applied the code properly. We added a 7 notice threshold. So once they come off suspension, they will have 2 more chances to operate. It's kind of a cooling off period to kind of get their house in order and making sure that they're operating under the guises of this new ordinance. If they get 2 more notices after that, then we will send them to revocation. Again, they have a right to appeal every step of that process. Following a revocation, an owner may apply for a new STR permit if eligible after 24-month period. In areas that are capped or they have the requirements, they may or may not be able to get back in after that 24-month period. So these are some of the enforcement changes that we are proposing. revised enforcement provision will focus on 3 primary areas: STR properties with repeated violations, response to resident complaints, and the urgent circumstances. So the properties with repeat complaints, as we stated earlier, notices instead of citations. What we've done is we've brought in the term of notices. The way the code is stated right now, a notice of violation was the only path to have any force of suspension or revocation of the permit, but our notices were only good for trash, signage issues. It's small things. The larger issues were not issued with notices, they were dealt with by citation. So what this does is it encompasses a notice now will be a notice of violation, a citation, a cease and desist order, which are all tools that code enforcement uses for compliance. A notice should not be confused with a complaint. We do not issue any notices or citations without verifying that there's actual violation of the ordinance. So just because we're getting phone calls, a lot of phone calls about a property, does not mean it's going to warrant a citation or a notice of violation until an officer goes out there and verifies that the complaint is actually happening. So we will be able to issue 5 notices in a 6-month period. And if they get that 5 notices in that 6-month period, then we'll send them to suspension. Again, they have a right to appeal it. If at any time during that time they are caught operating, they will go sent to revocation. We'll issue a citation, we'll go to revocation. If they are good stewards and they don't do anything for that 6-month period, when they come back, they get 2 more opportunities. If we issue any more citations after that, if 2 more citations after they come off suspension, then they will go to revocation again. Again, it's still through our whole enforcement process with the appeals. The last thing we added was urgent circumstances. This is kind of the clause where we can have the ability to bypass the citations and bypass the suspension process and go straight to revocation, depending on the circumstance. Party with 500-600 people, gunshots being fired, doing unsafe activities, fireworks in the high fire area, where we feel that this is not something that we need to allow this to continue anymore, and we want to make sure that this activity stops immediately. So we have a right to go through bypass the suspensions and go straight to revocation. Again, once we do that, they will still have a right to appeal that process, but this is something that we feel will give us that ability to move this process forward and not delay the enforcement actions. So those are the main changes that we are going to make on the code enforcement side. I'm going to turn it over to Director Hildebrand, and he'll talk about the language ordinance.
Before.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Questions?
Yes.
In the past, you've been here for the complaints that we receive from the public that there's a disturbance going on. Usually it's some kind of loud noise. And sometimes they'll provide a video. But by the time code gets out there, things have settled down and maybe we've missed the opportunity to provide or cite someone. So the first question is, how soon will code be able to get out there? Is that time being affected by us allocating more funding, more overtime? And I'm guessing that just like in the past, we've had issues where at some point, code's staffing ceases to be, and we start relying on sheriff's deputies. How will that be coordinated as well?
So to answer your first question, with code enforcement in an area, unless they're on a specific call at that moment in time, it's usually 15 to 20 minutes that they can get out to respond to a property within that area. We don't expect to see that time diminish. Again, it just depends on whether or not they're addressing one call when that phone call comes in. With regards to when our staffing ends, with us working until midnight, we're stationing the officers out in those areas, so they will be in the area longer. The way it's currently set up right now is they're stationed here at the CAC. They'll drive out to the area. They're off at 10, and they need to be out of this building by 10 p.m. So they're usually leaving the area at 8:30, 9 o'clock, depending on where they are. So now we will have officers in the Temecula region and in the desert region, and so they will be leaving those offices around midnight. So they're leaving the field, 11:30, 11:45, going back to the office so they could leave at midnight. So they will be there, and then it'll be transferred over to the sheriff's office.
Because we know that the vast majority of the nuisances that occur happen often after there's been a large amount of alcohol consumed.
Correct.
And it's middle of the night. It's midnight. It's 1 a.m. Is code going to be able to respond to that, or are we relying on the sheriff's deputies?
After midnight, we will have the coordination with the sheriff's department, and my staff has been in communication with them and letting them know the issues of the properties that we're getting complaints on. We have a good line of communication with the sheriff's department, but after that, it will go to the sheriff's because midnight will be our end time.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just a quick question. You mentioned, thanks, Brian, for the presentation, by the way. You mentioned that there's 2 more violations after the 6 month that would result in a direct revocation, right? So if they get 5 and then they get 2 more, then it's a direct revocation. How long would that probation time be? So like meaning, let's say, somebody's already at that point, is it, but they've been pretty good for another year, 5 years, 6 years. Are they still on? Like, for how long will you guys enforce that they get 2 more?
So it goes with the life of the permit.
Okay.
And what we've instituted is, while yes, that seems a little bit harsh, if they do get those 2, they will go on revocation for 24 months. At that point, they will have an opportunity to come back and reapply. Again, as long as they meet the conditions, if there's a cap in the area, they might not meet that requirement. So that 5 plus suspension and then the 2 more is for the life of the permit.
Okay, and maybe it's rare probably that even happens, but I was just curious, like, what if you have someone that does a good job, well, actually they weren't doing a good job because they got the 5, but then after that they do a good job for 5 years and then,
Right.
2 more, but yeah.
As they're doing that good job, I mean, they're not going to hear from code enforcement, so hopefully that suspension, kind of gets them to, okay, this is the actions that we have to take to avoid those 2. So at least that there's always that, in their mind, that possibility that they could lose their permit. So they're going to do everything in their interest to keep that.
Okay, thank you, sir. I was just curious. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Hildebrand.
Board of Supervisors, Executive Office, County Council, good morning. John Hildebrand, Planning Director for the county. This will be a tag team effort between Ryan and myself for the presentation today. Most of what you're hearing today is involving enforcement opportunities, the changes to the ordinance itself, and the changes to the operations of code enforcement on how they respond to calls is again, primarily dealing with enforcement. However, there are a few little cleanup provisions which I'll walk us through today. If your STR is hosted, there is some concerns from the operators that the number of people who are hosting should not be counted against that certificate in and of itself. And so we thought about how to accommodate that. And part of the changes to this ordinance today is to allow 2 more people on site if it's hosted. So if you get 10 per your certificate, you could have 12 on the property. 16 would be 18 and 20 would be 22. That is only if it's hosted. Second item is prohibit hourly rentals. There are some online websites that rent out these large-scale properties. They rent the backyard, the pool for pool parties for 3 or 4 hours at a time. It's very difficult to manage that. It's very difficult to understand where the complaints come from. So we decided that it was probably best to prohibit that outright. Certificate to transfer from family. There's already an opportunity in the ordinance that allows the transfer of a certificate to a family member if another family member purchases that property, buys it out, or takes it over. What was unclear previously, and which we've now cleaned up, is that all of the existing provisions would be required to be met before that certificate could be transferred. And the specific provision that was a little difficult to meet was if you're an old certificate and you were already operating in good standing, we now have those separation requirements. And so it was very difficult for someone to meet the separation requirement if they couldn't do it, but we wanted to make sure that the certificate itself could be transferred to a family member. So we precluded that requirement for that separation requirement if you're in good standing.
John.
Yes, sir.
Just for the benefit of my colleagues, can you explain what you mean by separation?
Sure. The last amendment to this ordinance, we talked about caps in Idlewild and caps in wine country, and we also talked about concentrations of short-term rentals on any given street. And so through your guidance and community meetings, we came up with a separation requirement between STR properties. So meaning if there is in wine country, for example, if somebody wanted to obtain a new short-term rental certificate, we would check to see that there's no other short-term rentals certificates within that separation requirement, that 500-foot distance. But when you transfer the certificate to another family member, that doesn't apply anymore. Okay. All right. Oops, back. One of the other things that code enforcement regularly and routinely gets calls about is garbage on some of these short-term rental properties that are not being operated correctly. We added a new provision about complying with disposal laws so that code enforcement has the teeth to cite them in the event they get called out for that particular issue. STRs are now required to be rented a minimum of 4 times per year. And this was added because we do have caps and we have separation requirements. And the idea is that I don't just get to obtain a short-term rental certificate and then preclude anybody else around me from also having the same opportunity to do it. And so the requirement is if you have an STR certificate, you need to use that STR certificate and operate a minimum 4 times a year. Last item that's been cleaned up is this grace period for renewals. Our current ordinance allows up to 90 days after the renewal date comes up to obtain your renewal certificate. The problem and the challenge for staff with this is that we've had a lot of operators come to us on the 89th day, right before it terminates, and start the renewal process. We do recognize that the renewal process on our end does take some time. As long as the applicant is coordinating with us, is in contact with us, making meaningful progress towards the renewal, we're not going to take away their certificate on that final day when it's due. So they ask is that anybody who has a certificate that's coming up for renewal, just contact us, coordinate us, and we'll make sure that get you through that renewal process. And we are looking at for some efficiency opportunities with the renewal process itself to streamline it and make it more efficient. Okay, I'll kick it back over to Brian.
All right. In March of 2025, the Board of Supervisors adopted Ordinance 449254, which placed a temporary or moratorium on the short-term rentals in Thousand Palms and B-Bar H Ranch for issuing new permits. In April of 2025, we went to the community meetings, we met with the STR owners to discuss the concerns and the issues they were having with the short-term rentals in their communities. And then in April 15th of 2025, we adopted the ordinance to extend that moratorium for 10 days to extend that moratorium for additional 10 months and 15 days to allow staff to evaluate the conditions and all the information that we received from the community and how it truly affected them on a day-to-day basis as we were out there in the community enforcing the ordinance to prevent new permits from being issued in those two communities. In March 3rd of 2026, the previous moratorium ended in February. This board adopted a new emergency interim moratorium for those two communities so that code enforcement can evaluate the impact of the festival season that had on those two communities, so we could see truly if this moratorium needed to stay in place or if we needed to put caps or limit the permits that were going into that community. And on April 14th, we came back to the board. The moratorium was extended by Ordinance 449256, and it was extended until March 4th, 2027. So during that time, code enforcement was out enforcing the ordinance during festival season. And in the unincorporated areas of Thousand Palms and B-Bar H Ranch, from April 1st to June 30th of 2026, we had a total of 9 complaints for noise violations related to STRs. In that time, we only issued 1 notice of one citation for noise. The findings aren't there to us to continue to support this moratorium, and that we ask, as you're making your decisions today, that you consider removing this moratorium and allowing the community to be able to obtain their permits in that location. Are there any questions regarding them? No.
Have One question, not directly on this, but your previous part of your presentation and the comments that were raised by Supervisor Gutierrez. After 5 citations, then you're on suspension. If you get 2 more, it's revocation. I think his question was, if a significant amount of time passes, would it be possible, if we're viewing the 5 violations as points, maybe they start coming off over a period of time, reduced somehow, 5 to 4 to 3, say every couple of years or whatever?
We did look at that, and that's something that, we could potentially look at again. The reason we didn't want to do that is because then that kind of allows somebody to know, hey, if I'm good for this amount of time, then I can kind of go back and I have 2 more, 3 more, 4 more chances.
Yeah.
And so it allows them to give that kind of lackadaisical attitude towards it. And we want to make sure that as we're putting this through, that we're holding them and that they're going to stay true, that they are going to operate in good faith and as good stewards. So we didn't want to remove that because then it just gives them more time to have those gaffes.
Okay, understood. Just wanted to ask the question.
Fair enough.
Thanks.
So I have a few questions as well. And you've answered them in the past, but I think it's important to people here because they might be interested in this as well. How did you come to 5 versus 7 versus 3 versus 1? What's the rationale behind 5? I guess warnings or citations or penalties, if you will, versus less or more?
Thank you, Supervisor Perez. So the reason we came to 5 is the way our ordinance is written right now is, we have a path to revocation, but it's only through notice of violation, which is a very low minor offense, which really we don't have very many of those. So the notices of violation was never getting anybody to the possible chance of a revocation. Since we have now included citations and cease and desist, as well as notices of violation to get us to that potential path of removing the bad actors, we felt that just having the 3 was ramping it up from 0 to 100 right away. This, if we go to 5, it gives them some opportunities to make the corrections, but at the same time, we have more tools at our disposal. It's just not just a notice of violation. It's now the citations, which go through an appeal process, so that way an independent hearing officer can say, yes, the county acted in good faith. And so we just felt going from 0 to 3, including citations, which was never included before, was a bit much, but it's also something that can be re-looked at in the future if we feel that the 5 is too many and the 7 is too many, that we could always come back and re-examine that.
Yeah, so that's good to hear in the sense of potentially we'll re-examine that because, as you know, I was one of the individuals that stated that 5 is too many. Even 2 is too many, in my opinion, but neither here nor there. I think we need to be fair, and this response or your policy, I guess, is based on data. And so I think it's important as well if you can give everybody, the community, my colleagues, what was the data gathered over the course of this time, and why remove the moratorium now from those areas? Does the data support that?
So I think I understood your question. It was why to remove the moratorium now. As we went through the festival season, we were not seeing that there was an impact on the community from the short-term rentals during that time. A couple slides ago, let me see. The slide that is up right now, it shows the number of complaints that code enforcement received from April 1st through June 30th in those 2 areas where the moratorium is currently in place. And we had 7 complaints in Thousand Palms and 2 in B-Bar H Ranch, which resulted in 1 citation through that time. And so to us, when we wanted to extend the moratorium, it was to get a better examination of the impact that the festival season has on those communities. And at this point, we just don't feel that the moratorium is justified to keep because the numbers aren't there. Enforcement will still be in the area. It'll be a more visible. It has more tools at its discretion to be able to issue the citations. And path of suspension and revocation could now be put in place. And so we feel the moratorium isn't necessary because now we have a better presence in the area.
Okay, and you said the STR noise related complaints. Go back to that slide, please. Received from April 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2026. As well as STR noise related enforcement. April 1st, 2026, June 30th, 2026. We went from in Thousand Palms, 7 complaints to 1, and Bar H Ranch from 2 to 0. Are those individuals different individuals that are making those complaints? Is it the same individual? Is it a group of individuals? I'm just trying to understand where these complaints may be stemming from.
So I would like to provide a little clarification. So in the second graph, where it says Thousand Palms 1, that's the number of citations that were issued during that same time frame. But what we found was it's just a small handful of people making the complaints. It's not the large number of community out there making the complaint. It was isolated to a small few.
Okay, so are these individuals that consistently are complaining, is there any support for that? Any data to back them up? Or are they just not wanting, just want to be left alone, I guess, and don't feel like others should be coming into the communities?
You know, it's a mixed situation. You know, sometimes there will be evidence to support their concerns and their complaints, and when that is there, code enforcement will address it appropriately.
Okay, I'll save my other questions for later.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, supervisors, picking it back up again, the initial application fee and the renewal fee is proposed to also go up. Currently, it's $740 for a new one, $540 for a renewal. The request today is to increase the application fee to $1,077 and the renewal fee to $775. And this is for a couple of reasons. One is we've now have better metrics on the average time it takes to process a new application and the average time it takes to process a renewal. That, and coupled with the increased rates to all the staff that works on this. We have land use techs, we have code enforcement to do inspections, we have the program administrator, and then 24-hour call system. So all those things combined, looking at the overall cost to get us closer to a cost recovery, the proposal today is to increase the fees accordingly. We are still within the ballpark of our surrounding counties, so it's not insignificant amount. We're still competitive, if you will, but this gives a chance to help pay for this program a little bit better. Next slide. Bringing us home here, community outreach. Since February 10th, we've done a significant amount of outreach. We held additional workshops, posted the ordinance online. We did a visit Temecula Valley meeting on 6/11. We went directly to Temecula, Idlewild, and Thousand Palms for specific meetings out in those communities. We reached out to everybody through our social media, and we did one-on-one meetings with several community members and groups out there to discuss the ordinance and the enforcement changes in and of itself. With that, Supervisors, that does conclude our presentation. There are a number of recommendations before you today, and I'll summarize them. First one is to find that ordinance number 927.3, which is the short-term rentals, and 671.25, which is the fees, are exempt from CEQA. Second item and third item is to conduct a public hearing, which we are doing. Introduced, retitle, waive further reading of both ordinance 927.3 and 671.25. Second set of recommendations are approve the allocation of $250,000 to help code enforcement's expanded overtime staffing. Lengthy one, number 5, in essence, it is to rescind the moratorium. And last item is to approve and direct the auditor controller to make these budget adjustments as shown on the exhibit on Schedule A. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I just have a real quick question on the fees that you put up there. The renewal fees went down in our county, yet the other ones stayed the same.
No, they increased. Can we put the slide back up?
No, you mean it's less.
Let me see that chart
There we
again.
go. So the bottom slide shows the
minute, there we
current
go.
fees.
The application fee and renewal fee on the other counties stayed the same. Ours went down.
Supervisor, what's shown on the matrix are the existing fees, and in the green are what's being proposed. It's a little confusing. Those new ones should have probably been in the matrix, yes.
Thank you for my correction.
Absolutely. But we're still within the framework of the other counties.
I'm not going to
around
have
us,
them have more money than us.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions for Brian or myself?
Do my colleagues have any more questions? Supervisor Perez.
Just wanted to know if I remember having a conversation about a specific individual, a specific ranch, and the reason why it was difficult for us to identify this individual, this ranch, is because it's actually behind. It's not on a street. It's on a dirt road behind a couple of other ranches who always get blamed for what this one individual continues to do, which is have live parties with alcohol and food and goes on. They go on till like 4 a.m. And I definitely just want to make sure that we know who this individual is and that we basically put a stop to it. He's the individual, in my opinion, that's been causing a lot of heartache in that area, and unfortunately has been making it so that others that are not, even for that matter, having any parties at all, or not renting their places, and they're still getting blamed for it. So we identified this individual. We had this a conversation with this person.
So yes, we believe we have identified the property. I'm not familiar. I'll have to check with staff to see if we've had that conversation on the ground level. But that is definitely something that once I talk to staff and get his contact information, I will be more than happy to reach out to him.
Okay. I think it's going to require you to actually show up, because this individual, to my understanding, has been talked to already a few times, and nothing's changed. So let's prepare for that.
Sounds good.
And the last thing I want to state was, because of these changes, I think I had mentioned last time, it may be important that we kind of do a one-on-one with people who are doing short-term rentals. That way they understand the rules now, the policies, the procedures, the fines. They get it, who to call, that type of thing. And are we moving in that direction as well, the education component?
Yes, Supervisor. As the applicants go through the process, both for the initial and the renewal, they are given information of our ordinance, our good neighbor policies, as well as there are videos online for them to watch to make sure that they are aware of everything, and then staff is available to them to answer any questions they may have.
But how do we hold them accountable to that? All right, so you tell them that you can watch it, but what does that mean? What if they don't? In other words, is there any type of indication that demonstrates to us that they took the time to review that before we actually give a permit. I think that's important as well. Not to make it more cumbersome, but so that we know for a fact that they know the rules. And then if they do violate, we can always point to the fact that, well, you went to the training. You said you knew what you were getting into here, and yet you're not following the rules. So we got to hold people accountable. That's what it comes down to, in my opinion.
Understood. And with the watching of the video and reviewing the materials, that's something that internally we can discuss about putting a section on their application as they're going through both processes for them to self-verify that they've reviewed the materials, they've watched the video, and that they are aware of the rules and regulations that the county has placed for short-term rentals.
That's good.
Okay, we could maybe revisit this later in the date, but thank you.
Yes.
Supervisor Washington, do you have anything else?
No, I'm waiting to hear from the public.
Okay. Colleagues, you have any questions? Okay. With that being said, thank you, gentlemen. We are now going to open the public hearing, and we have 16 speakers, correct?
Yes. First speaker, E. Petrella. She was given time from P. Petrella and Eddie Apodaca. Are they both present in the audience? Thank you.
So, point 3 is even more SDR friendly, but I'm not surprised. Still, no real protection for the residents. Now, the only good thing that came out of 927.1 and point 2 were all the internal promotions and new created positions. For example, the legal-minded drafted 927.1 and point 2 was so bad, it requires this new amendment to give it teeth and worst, discretion. But she received a great promotion. Code enforcement officers got promoted to supervisors and supervisors to managers. Now, the following reasons and excuses provided by code enforcement as to why the noise complaints are still a problem serves as a timeline and reason for these amendments. 1, no resources available. Complaint calls went unanswered for years. 2, not enough officers. 3, we don't punish, we educate and bring them into compliance. And 4, complaints are founded. Now, all 3 amendments are the illusion provided by this board, along with the artificial concern of you doing something to fix the problem. Now, there are also several businesses that are in violation of Ordinance 348, zoning and land use, and are operating cottage inns, bed and breakfast, wedding venues, winery retails, animal sanctuaries, and other commercial businesses that require a permit, license, and land use change. And these violators are doing so under the false pretense and protection of having an SDR permit. These violations are the cause of severe loss of quality of life, safety, tranquility, peace, and quiet. Now it's being replaced with retribution, harassment, and threats of violence from violators and their clients. These greedy vultures know they are violating the ordinance, but doing it so with your permission, since there has not been any accountability. Now, go ahead and insult your own intelligence by giving us a new and improved illusion, and the artificial concern by this board is insulting at this point. You have invited SDR violence into our lives, and you should all be fired. Now, the small stuff that is still a violation, just recently spoke about, should also be enforced. Now, regarding the revocation, the Code Enforcement Department will have to start a file for all the citations given in order to have and revocate the SDR certificates. Now, disturbances still happen if a call comes in. Okay, there was a disturbance. And FYI, the loss of quality of life doesn't have a reset button. It's just being prolonged after 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, and so on. So allowing a hosted STR additional occupancy of 2 will result in having 4 more, 6 more, 8 more. And since I couldn't bring up the, you know what, I have extra time just to sit here and say, shame on you. You still have not created an ordinance that puts that tranquility, the quality of life for the residents. Everything in 927.3 is just to make it easier for STR owners to continue to operate while having violations, while destroying our quality of life, and you guys don't care at all. Because I haven't seen anything in here that says if you disturb and destroy the quality of life for the residents, your permit will be revoked. There's nothing in place that states that. And it's about time that you do that. Because I'm tired of coming around point 1, point 3, point 4. You are worse than the Rocky movies now. So start doing something to put me first. I mean, if it takes money, let me know how much money I have to bring in next time. Have a good day.
John Meyer. John was given time from Alice Meyer. Is Alice present in the audience? Thank you.
That's wonderful. Try to top that. Thank you and to the Board of Supervisors and staff for the effort to update this ordinance. We certainly appreciate the community workshops and support the extension of code enforcement hours and the elimination of the 60-minute window. The revision and additions aren't perfect, but when properly enforced, will be a big step forward from where we were. Therefore, we support the ordinance as presented. Thank you.
John Hunter. John was given time from Deb Hunter. Is Deb in the audience? Thank you.
Morning.
Morning.
I had to do a little revision myself, but I'll be back at you later. I'm really not sure if the .3 version will actually solve the problems we need to solve. But we're pleased that efforts apparently continue to bring some sanity to the madness that we've been enduring. There are still some flaws in the design from where I sit. Point 1, the necessity for code enforcement to personally, physically verify a complaint before issuing a notice is still, in my mind, an unresolved issue. Granted, eliminating the previously required 1 hour to allow the owner to respond and rectify, and adding the extended code enforcement hours until midnight on weekends may help. But that's assuming that code enforcement officers immediately leave Palm Desert or Temecula or San Jacinto or the North Pole or wherever they're coming from, with the moment a call comes in. The response time from receipt of a call until they're actually on site could still be too long to catch any alleged violations. It's still too big of an area with insufficient resources. 250K doesn't buy that much these days. Point 2, we residents question the policy of not allowing neighbor-recorded video footage as evidence. As a point of information to all neighbors, keep your cameras rolling. Time and date stamped video footage is admissible as evidence in small claims, civil and criminal courts. So why not as support for code violations? At least at the appeal level, because these will be appealed. You know they'll be appealed. The residents will always be the primary initiating witnesses and frontline victims in these situations. Remember, my neighbors, if the county lets us down, we can still initiate other civil actions and can use videos to substantiate chronic, repetitive violation patterns. But code has told us, and they told us this several years ago, well, we can't, or we won't, didn't really understand, accept these videos. We want to know why. In any event, and as aptly noted by Supervisor Washington, speed of response and accomplishment of verification are still essential sources of concern. As a point of information, for all of us dedicated ordinance enthusiasts, the courts have supported that county boards don't really have to support ordinances after they pass them. It's their sole discretion. However, if they pass an ordinance and then selectively enforce it, skip over certain individuals due to fear of prosecution or whatever, that's a problem. Anyway, I'm out of time, but you should probably pass this ordinance. We'll see if it gets enforced.
Thank you for your comments.
Woody Henderson. Woody was given time from Mike Canzone. Is Mike in the audience? Thank you.
Thanks you guys for all your hard work on 927. It's been a multi-year effort, and we appreciate you. I'm Woody Henderson, 50 years now in Idlewild Pine Cove. I am president of the Mountain Communities Fire Safe Council. I represent our Idlewild solution groups. We support 927.3 draft generally. We like things like the verbiage change in notice. That should make things easier for us and code. A few thoughts. The occupancy increases. We like properties have full-time hosts as they reduce issues. We ask that the new occupancy numbers are the total number of people allowed on the property when a rental is happening. This kind of clarity will be better for neighbors and better for code enforcement. Our concern is code shows up and does a quick head count, and then the host says, yeah, but these 10 people are with me and they don't count. That's going to be an issue for code, and we want things to be clear. We are concerned about the removal of the 60-minute time limit for the operator to respond to neighbors. The problem with calling code and the sheriff is that they often do not or cannot respond. So many of our neighbors have stopped calling them for normal law breaking, only calling in extreme circumstances. We'd love to see enforcement improve before weakening 927. A suggestion here, because I believe people should also offer solutions. Please see the San Bernardino County STR website. It is spectacular. Many reasons, but of note, complaints are posted weekly. Reports on complaints are also listed to see how the progress is. Right now, when you call code back and say, hey, what's going on with my complaint? They say, sorry, you're not privileged to that information. That's not available to you, which is unfortunate. It seems wrong. We need to know that our calls are being answered. A website like San Bernardino's would just be wonderful for us. We are concerned about the removal of the event ban for SDRs. Please protect that property's max occupancy is the max occupancy and no more. This helps neighbors, code, and responsible operators. We're concerned about the removal of the 3 strikes in 12 months revocation. That seemed really fair. That was in the prior version. I think there was some confusion at the supervisor meeting. One of the supervisors made a comment, and I think it was misinterpreted. Anyway, please protect the 7 strikes. Revocation at least gives us, who are living next to these huge party houses and surrounded by SDRs, some form of hope. I do want to comment that at the Idlewild meeting, we learned that code has never actually revoked a permit and certification, and I don't know how that's possible. We've spent 10 years next to this party house. The neighbors alone have called 40 times. And I personally do not call until after 10 p.m. I get up at 5 and go to work 7 days a week. And there's no way that place still has their certification. They're run by the worst property manager on the mountain. They're off-site. They operate out of Palm Desert, and it's a problem. And we'd love to see some more action. Some of these worst properties, terrible operators removed before we weaken 927. That's my primary thought. I appreciate what you guys are doing. Take care.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I would like to ask staff a question. Did you hear in the previous speaker's comments perhaps a misunderstanding of one of your bullet points about the hosted units, or maybe I misunderstood what he said, but I want the public to get clarification on that. The hosted gets to add 2 people. That's it. And so if it's 10, now it's 12 is the limit. They can't say I brought all these 10 people all with me, part of my family. We're not doing that.
Good morning, Supervisor Rania Odenbach, TLMA Director. That is accurate. This is a modest increase that only accounts for the operators to the tune of 2. So it's 2 operators and whatever the occupancy, the allowed occupancy is for that given acreage.
And would you say perhaps the trade-off has value because the hope is that if it's hosted, it tends less to be a nuisance?
So let's talk a little bit more, Supervisor, about this. Thank you for asking. So the increase stemmed from an operational aspect associated with hosted STRs. Why? Because the operator is on site, thus they're going to be able to address any behaviors, noise, parking, trash, etc. This is the driver primarily behind that increase, or the proposed modest increase to 2.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
Karen Dillon. Karen was given time from Errol Koshowitz. Is Errol in the room? Thank you.
Who was she given time by?
Errol Koshowitz.
Okay, why don't you come up and talk, quick. Thank you, Errol.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors and staff. We urge you to strengthen our STIR ordinance by putting homeowners first, restoring the public's trust. No property owner should receive preferential treatment while neighboring homeowners bear the impacts. Our current STIR ordinance acknowledges that short-term rentals can destabilize residential neighborhoods. And now you are increasing occupancy to 12? The county should recognize that non-homeowner occupied STIRs are fundamentally different from residential occupancy. When a home is used exclusively for transient guests, it only functions as transient lodging. Homeowners are leaving because of this. The same is true for cottage inns. They do not belong in residential neighborhoods. Many other California jurisdictions have significantly reduced or eliminated STIRs because they are transient. You have the authority to do the same. The STIR occupancy standard must be revised to 2 guests per bedroom. Rural septic systems are designed based on the number of bedrooms and plumbing fixtures, not a formula of 1 person per 200 square feet. RivCo should not adopt standards that conflict with its own public health and safety principles. This is per San Diego Regional Water and the Department of Health and Safety. Per a local realtor, a home located directly across or close by a whole house STIR will be harder to sell and could require accepting a lower price. This can affect our property values. Do you realize that? We are asking the board to do the following. Prohibit non-hosted whole house stirs and cottage inns in the residential areas without grandfathering existing operations. We need our housing stock back for long-term rentals. Preserve small owner-occupied hosted stirs as the true ancillary residential use they were originally intended to be. Limit occupancy to 2 guests per bedroom. Prohibit the transfer of stir permits to family members. Transferability demonstrates a commercial business rather than an accessory residential use. Our stir ordinance currently states that they don't run with the land. Reduce the stir caps in Temecula wine country. Napa Valley is substantially larger and only allows 101 strictly regulated stir permits. We are saturated at a cap of 258, and this is per a retired county soup in Napa Valley. Clearly state that temporary events at stir properties are prohibited. Require a 30-minute response time to complaints. Enforce the Temecula Wine Country Design Guidelines, which are actually an overlay and are required. And all county ordinances consistently and without exception. Short-term rentals operate weekend after weekend, while homeowners' gatherings are usually occasional. The impacts are simply not the same. Many of us respectfully ask you to restore public confidence by protecting residential neighborhoods before special interests. Unfortunately, I have witnessed bullying and intimidation myself from stir owners. This created an unbelievable amount of stress in my life, and I was diagnosed right after that with a serious health condition. In leaving, I would like to give the supervisors a copy of the number of California municipalities that do ban or severely restrict short-term rentals because they treat them as transient lodging. So I'd like to give you all one of those. Is there somebody that would like to do that? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Alan Painter. Alan was given time from John Baez. Is John in the audience? Thank you.
Good morning. I've been here before talking about my situation. I've got a known bad actor next door. I heard about the 40 complaints. I'm up to 38 over the last 2 years. The properties reside, we're real thin sections of road that lead back into the properties. The owner, as I understand, resides in Spain at the moment. That's outside of the U.S. With the number of complaints at 38 and the police being called 7 times, my quality of life is awful. We don't sit in our backyard anymore. When we had neighbors, we sat in the backyard. We enjoyed the fact that we've invested in a house renovation. We put in horse property. We put in a chicken coop. We've taken a plot of weeds and turned it into a beautiful homestead that we can't enjoy because we live next to an STR. The accountability to keep them in compliance falls back on me. Why should I have to keep them in compliance? I abide by the rules of the road. We all do. We got business enterprises that exist day in and day out, that operate. The STRs, they're there to make money. There's no accountability. So if they were good record keeping, and if code could get their hands untied, and they could recognize that 38 calls, it's got to be documented somewhere. And as far as I know, there hasn't been one citation. I hope there's meat to point 3. I hope something is going to happen, and my life might be better, but I left Laguna de Guel for a peaceful ranch life in wine country, and it's anything but. It's not what we're selling the value of the property and the value of the experience to be. And it really is incumbent on you all to recognize our quality of life should be the most important thing that you're looking out for. I don't know, I could go on, but bottom line is I appreciate the efforts. I hope there's meat to this. I hope something happens. 7 seems like an outrageous number. I've already got 7 times the police came, and I've got police reports that exceed the number of code violations. That shouldn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please pass.
Tricia Kuehl. Tricia was given time from Terry Gonzalez. Is Terry in the room? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tricia Kuehl, and I am one of the 90% of wine country residents that do not own a short-term rental. At the county's recent community outreach meeting in Temecula, a short-term rental host said he had never received a complaint, and then he asked for the regulations to be loosened. Responsible hosts deserve recognition, but public policy cannot be built around the experience of operators who have never caused a problem. It must protect entire neighborhoods, including the residents who live next to the bad actors. We don't eliminate traffic laws because many drivers have never had an accident. We don't repeal fire codes because most buildings never catch fire. Rules exist to prevent harm before it happens, not just to respond after the damage is done. At the same community meeting, a property manager from Avance said she manages 42 short-term rentals, including the Camino Sierra property, where the neighbors reported bullets flying. She asked the sheriff's office at that meeting for guidance on removing rowdy guests. It's hard to imagine how one person can realistically oversee 42 properties and still ensure each one is a good neighbor. That is exactly why clear standards and effective enforcement are necessary. For years, residents have reported noise, parking issues, overcrowding, and enforcement challenges. Those impacts are real, even if they don't occur at every property. Regulations must protect the entire community, not just the best performing operators. Your enforcement team helped craft this new language, which calls for stronger compliance measures, not weaker rules. In response to Supervisor Perez's comments earlier, residents would gladly back 3 notices equals a 6-month suspension and 5 notices equaling revocation. But I want to urge you to approve the revisions to Ordinance 927.3 and give your staff the tools they need to enforce it effectively. Responsible operators should have no difficulty meeting these reasonable standards. The rest of us, we're simply asking for what every resident should be able to expect: a peaceful night's sleep in our own homes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jonathan Seal. Jonathan was given time from Mary Ortiz. Is Mary in the room? Thank you.
Good morning. I had a long diatribe ready to stand up here and blather on about, but 99% of what I wanted to say has already been covered by the previous speakers. I think the 2 things are pertinent here. The irony, the unmistakable irony of everyone here talking about adding 2 people to the hosted stay issue, where, according to the Temecula Valley Community Act back from 1990-ish, when the county spent a lot of money and people spent a lot of time getting a set of guidelines for short-term rentals, where the only short-term rental allowed was a hosted stay. If the county had merely stuck with that ordinance as it was granted by them back then, we wouldn't even be here today. We wouldn't be going through all this absolute garbage and minutiae and nickel and diming and kicking the can down the road and arguing about one-word semantic issues if you just stuck to the existing standard ordinance, which exists to this day. The second thing that the county did, the legal counsel, I believe, adjudged that a house that has 16 people in it that was designed for 6 people with regard to sanitation and fire protection apparently doesn't have to have the same sprinkler systems or anything else as a motel just down the road. So you guys have basically said, in doing that by judging a house, a residence, as now some form of hotel with no protections whatsoever that are afforded to people staying in a hotel with regard to fire protection, security, elevators, exits, etc. No problem. So the first fire that takes a life in a short-term rental is on you guys. If it's a 2-story and the people can't get down the stairs, it's all on you. You guys let it happen. The third part of the irony is the words cease and desist. The County of Riverside has issued a cease and desist order in 2023 against Galway Downs. What has happened with that cease and desist order? As I understand the words in English, cease and desist means stop now. Galway Downs has none of the mitigation measures that were part of the traffic issues with regard to their short-term rental and other issues on the land have been enforced. All sorts of stuff never happened. And now the county is in a somewhat backdoor negotiation with Galway Downs to overcome some of these issues. But we've heard nothing. There are lawsuits wandering around against the county, virtually. The issue is that the enforcement of things hasn't occurred. It's evident by this poor guy here who's had 7 police reports. 7 freaking police reports. I bet if any of you had 7 police reports on your property, you'd all be in jail. No, what's happened? Nothing. This poor guy is still suffering. I realize 927.3 is the best we're probably going to get. I think the revocation thing should be after 3. I mean, any of us, if our kids did 5 things wrong repeatedly, what would we do? We beat the crap out of them and they'd never eat again. But no, we have a commercial business that can run amok 5 times in a given year or any given, and then what do? Oh, we let them off for 6 months and they have another bite at the apple. It's pathetic. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves. I understand that you are giving staff more weaponry. I get it. Now, of course, one might ask the obvious question, why were they held back in the past? Why were they held back in the past from enforcement? Could it have been from suggestions from people further up the food chain? Apparently my time's up. Thanks, all.
Sir, I'm going to reference some of the things you said later.
Okay.
So tell me your name again.
Jonathan Seal, S-E-A-L.
Okay, thanks, Jonathan.
Welcome. I look forward to it.
Roy Bleckert. Roy will be followed by Ron Kuehl.
He's part of your family, isn't he?
This is a prime example of the dichotomy between letting the free market work and the right of people to live in a peaceful area as it was intended. But I gotta believe the evidence clearly shows that all of you on the dais and in positions of responsibility love to be verbally water tortured over this stuff. We've been here, I've been coming to these meetings and you hear this issue come up year after year with the same stuff. And nothing big, we're picking at the edges of it. The Constitution of California says public safety is your #1 priority. Yet every year, the public safety budget goes down. What are these people complaining about? They call, nobody comes. Despite a record $10 billion annual budget in the county of Riverside, record amounts of money, and you can't get done your #1 responsibility. As the people of the state of California have declared. So please explain to the people here in the audience, to the 2.5 million in Riverside County, how you are adequately doing your job. As elected officials, again, I submit the evidence shows clearly you are not. Clearly, you are going against the people each and every day. And that needs to stop.
Ron Kuhl. Ron was given time from Harriet Beres and Larry Fortin. Are Harriet and Larry in the audience? Thank you.
Good morning, board members. I'm Ron Keel, my better half, Patricia Keel's husband, and resident of Wine Country, and again, one of the 90% of the residents that live there that doesn't own a short-term rental. I have a few points I'd like to make today. First, the county's current management software has been ineffective and has not supported meaningful enforcement. The county hired Deckert to help the staff manage short-term rentals. It took Deckert nearly 3 years to produce a map showing the short-term rental locations in Wine Country, even though that was promised and contracted to be completed within 6 months. But we finally do have the map. But that delay is one of many circumstances why residents have lost confidence in the current system. As one of the other speakers referenced, the County of San Bernardino, who also uses Deckert, by the way, has a much more effective means of tracking short-term rental complaints, resolution, whether they've been cited or not only for staff, but so the residents can understand that their complaint hasn't fallen into the black hole and disappeared somewhere. So I highlighted, on the left, how the complaints come in, the source of the complaint, and on the far right, the resolution, violation, citation, action was already taken, blah, blah, blah. It would be nice to have this feature in addition to just an address for where they occur. Many of the residents' complaints within our system are simply noted unfounded when you go to the RivCo Plus. You can find there's a case that's been opened, but there's very little detail. Oftentimes they say unfounded, and then we found out at some point in time, well, unfounded could mean they didn't have anyone to go out and respond. So it's not that there wasn't a legitimate complaint, there was no one available. So I think there's a lot of room for improvement here. I think it would help staff, in addition to being more transparent for the residents, to know that our complaints are actually being heard. And you've heard from Mr. Painter back here, who's been going through hell for the last several years. These complaints are real. We're not talking about a little bit of noise or a barking dog. I live about a mile and a half down the road from him. I've seen the 50 cars on his property from short-term rental guests where they're only allowed 10. Well, who's driving all those cars? It's just been a constant thorn for him. Is it all right if I have this up or not? Or would you like me to remove this? I'm not going to speak about it.
Grand jury, no.
Okay. Secondly, for the past 4 years, I've worked professionally with county staff and was repeatedly asked to be patient because meaningful change takes time. However, lately, my confidence in the process has waned. We were suspicious over the last several years as to why no citations were being given, and perhaps now we know the answer why. Many of us helped craft the language for 927.2, but unfortunately, key provisions were changed last minute, including the 60-minute warning requirement. That policy gave chronic violators yet another opportunity to avoid consequences instead of protecting the neighboring residents. That 60-minute rule is being proposed to be eliminated, which we are in big support of. Always having a chance to fix the problem, and then 2 days later, another group, and I got a call again and again. That was a big part of the problem, and staff would tell you the same. So the fact that that's being removed is a step in the right direction. Simply put, Ordinance 927.2 didn't work. That's why we're here today, and I'd like to be forever done today. If we can approve this, I think it will give staff, code, the resources they need, and you won't ever have to see me again. That's my hope. I believe county staff's done an outstanding job developing these proposed revisions. The knock and talk approach that they spoke of, eliminating the 60-minute warning, and extending the enforcement hours until midnight are all practical improvements. These are recommendations residents have been making for years, and finally we're being heard. I especially want to thank Ronnie, O'Brien, and John for taking the time to meet with the residents and outreach meetings, and my wife and I personally, and understanding the problems and taking the time to help us get this ordinance revisions correct. So thank you. And then this last slide I have is Olive Manor. And by chance, this is the bad actor next door to Mr. Painter. And I've circled over here on the left, on the weekends, he advertises for 16 plus guests in the wine country residential area where you're allowed 10. On Monday, guess what? Goes down to 10 when staff is looking. So perhaps some of those additional overtime dollars that we're spending on code enforcement officers could also be spent to have someone check the ads on the weekends, because many of these bad actor gross violators do this exact same thing. And remember, the source of the problems is when a lot of people show up. It's not from 6 or 8. It's when 10 turns into 20 or 30 or more. So to all members of the board, if you want to finally resolve this issue, stop revisiting it every year, save us all a bunch of time, please approve the regs and the enforcement tools your staff is recommending. Operating a short-term rental is not a right, it's a privilege. Several of us have been in support of this board that wants to have lodging opportunities in these rural areas. But if they're going to live out there with us, then they need to follow the law. They need to be respectful of the neighbors. And, you know, when an operator repeatedly violates the rules, they lose that privilege. The 5 for a suspension, 7 for a revocation, that should be more than enough. How many DUIs do you get? You know, until you can no longer drive. So again, when the operators repeatedly violate the rules, am I out of time?
Yes, you're out of time.
Okay. But remember, when you lose the TOT because someone lost that privilege, someone else will get the permit and someone else will get a trial. So let's quit worrying about the 7, 5, or 7. If they can't get it done in 7, get out and let someone else do it and try to be my neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speakers are online. Janice Charnay.
Good morning. This ordinance 927.3 is not for the community at all. It definitely caters to short-term rentals, which, by the way, are party houses. There's no such thing as a short-term rental in any one of these neighborhoods. It raises violations from 3 strikes to 7, which is just impossible because your county enforcement officers don't make it up in time to even document them. Every change protects party house operators and not residents. You think that telling us that you have increased your weekend hours to midnight, but at the same time you take away everything else, plus you have not increased staff at all. And the sheriff's department is still not up to speed and cannot help us in real time. These decisions prove you are not acting in the community, but the profit alone. Neighborhoods are being destroyed every weekend holiday while you claim there are not enough complaints. People are not speaking up anymore because they have been threatened, traumatized, ignored, and dismissed. There are over 30 families that have tried in the past to get you to listen. However, with the amount of instant retaliation from these LLCs and very dangerous neighbors, they have been forced to be quiet. I'm speaking up because someone has to, and every supervisor in Riverside County should pay attention. This is not a single problem. Obviously, every community you guys have control over is talking today. I hope that you guys are paying attention because this is a problem. We all hold John Hildebrand accountable for approving unsafe short-term rentals, including the property where a child drowned. He failed to ensure basic safety measures and put entire neighborhoods at risk. Your staff, including Brian Contino and Shane Sanderson, repeatedly delay and avoid responses, prioritizing profit over public safety. Supervisor Manny Perez, you allowed 2 rancho-style compounds in small communities. One operator now jailed for attempted murder. The other is responsible for starving a horse that we had to rescue ourselves and turn over to a rescue provider. Please do not approve this ordinance. It contains more loopholes than previous versions, and we definitely need to keep the moratorium in place because apparently this is universal. Every single area you guys are responsible for is being destroyed.
Emily Collins. Emily will be followed by Alex de Cordoba. Alex de Cordoba, and Alex will be our last speaker.
Callers on the line, just hit *6 on your phone to unmute yourself. Thank you.
Hello. Let's not forget these. Thank you. And then let's get 6:30. Hi, is it my turn to talk?
Yes, it is. Please continue.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. Supervisor Perez, I'm so sorry to hear about your family situation. Essentially, what I'm here to advocate for is, can you give me 2 minutes? Right back. Is the idea that these impacts of short-term rentals are impacting communities individually rather than the entire county. So my biggest request is that a meaningful portion of the transit occupancy taxes collected in Idlewild be dedicated to Idlewild, especially for wildfire resilience. Wildfires are biggest community's greatest threat. Investing in fuel reduction, brush clearance, emergency preparedness, and visitor fire safety protects our community. It protects our local economy. It protects residents. I imagine if we could dedicate a portion of TOT, Idlewild Fire would be more than happy to find ways to help our community with these funds. I'm sure they would love to have more money to do this. So I encourage the board to consider doing that. Is, where the impacts are being felt, use the money to support those areas. And I think a one-size-fits-all approach clearly doesn't apply. I don't recognize anything approaching what the strains are that other communities are experiencing. It's truly horrifying to hear that people are having ragers and parties. That's nothing like what I see in Idlewild, especially in my short-term rental, where I have 100% positive feedback on my rental, except for one irate guest. And I have the best relationship with my neighbors. Like when they host events, celebrations with their families, they have out-of-town guests stay at my short-term rental. It couldn't be a better experience. So I think it's important that you also think about how other communities are experiencing this.
Thank you. Okay, since that was our last speaker, I will close the public hearing. I'm going to first ask Manny, do you have any last comments? Excuse me, Supervisor Perez.
No problem, Madam Chair. Just want to state out loud, I want to thank everyone for their comments, their thoughts, including those that are still hanging with us. Obviously, this has been a work in progress. I remember going up to Ottawa as soon as that became part of my district and hearing about this issue, and we've been at it for a while now. And obviously, Thousand Palms has been a tough area, and also even the East End. However, the East End, we've made some major strides. I'm hoping to do the same thing in Thousand Palms. I love the idea of a website. I appreciate that, and don't understand maybe what the legalities are behind that. But if San Bernardino County's been able to do that and provide the info, then why shouldn't we? And that's something for us, I think, to look at. Aside from the fact that I also like the idea of the fact is, and for whatever reason, we have staff that communicate that we can't do this. Maybe we can, maybe we can't. Let's look into it further. But the fact that if there are violators, and if a neighbor or a person wants to record, so be it. And if that can be used in the court of law, then so be it. Obviously, we'll have to look into that further and get legal counsel involved. And I definitely would like for us to think through that. Look, we're not going to be able to win over everybody on this issue, that's for sure. And even though today, let's say we pass this policy, I know it's still a work in progress. I know that there's so much work to be done. And I can deal with that. I can appreciate that. So, I'm sure that there are other points that my colleagues want to make. But let me just state out loud once again, thank you all for hanging in there, calling in, And I also just want to state that, look, we're here trying to do our best. Maybe our best is not good enough for you as far as your expectations are concerned. But like I've always said, we're not done yet. And we'll get there. So thank you for that, Madam Chair. And I'm hoping to vote on this, and I'll make the motion to support the recommendations of staff.
Thank you. Supervisor Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is taking so long. I'm really just out of patience. We've been working at this for at least 5 years now, right? And I know that I partnered with Supervisor Benoit before his passing for some form of short-term rental ordinance. So that would have been 2016, 10 years ago. And here we are still trying to find the recipe for the magic sauce. And I'm not talking about Idlewild. I'm just going to talk about wine country here for a moment. We have 3 different districts in wine country: the winery district, the residential district, and the equestrian district. When the residential folks came, and as they pointed out, 90% of the people who live in wine country are not short-term rental owners. Just gives you some context as to how many folks live in wine country that don't own a short-term rental. When they first came to me, they said, we want you to eliminate short-term rentals from the residential district. I said, I don't know that that's doable. Not so much because I wouldn't support it necessarily, but I don't think the rest of the board will support it. And we don't get anything passed without at least 3 votes. And so they compromised. They compromised almost everything that they came to the table initially asking for. And they said, okay, we'll wait for just when people leave, the numbers of short-term rentals will gradually go down. And they trusted us to give them the peace and quiet that they deserve, that they should have in their communities. Each and every one of us would be outraged if there was a party house across the street or next door that ruined every night's sleep. And yet they still come. Some of them are yelling at us angrily, others are not so much, but still probably have the same sentiment about where we're going with this ordinance. So here we are at 927.3. We're tweaking it some more. I'm not happy, and I don't think Supervisor Perez is happy with the numbers 5 and 7. 3 and 5 make more sense to me, but I'll see how the rest of the board feels about that. I'm shocked that someone said that we've never revoked a license, a certificate, rather. Is that true?
Yes, that is true, just due to the fact that the suspension was based solely off of notice of violations. And as I was stating earlier, that the citations that we were issuing never counted towards the ability to do the suspension or revocation, which with the adoption of this ordinance, we will not have that ability to include those to get to that path.
Well, and the numbers that you put up on the slide for the 2 locations that we had moratoriums, you listed 2 different numbers. One was the number of complaints, and the other one was the number of citations. And there was one that was 7 complaints resulted in 1 citation. I'm not sure I understand how that occurs, that we have that many complaints and it only resulted in 1 citation. But I can also see the other side where if someone wants them gone, they would just complain all the time. So the complaint has to be a legitimate complaint. So I don't need an answer necessarily on that. But to me, right now, I'm going to support this ordinance with maybe some changes that we might make. But we got to be results oriented here. You know, someone talked about you can't have laws that are designed for all of the law abiders. You got to have laws that prevent lawbreakers as well. And I'm paraphrasing. I don't remember exactly how it was said, but that's what we have to have, and then we have to enforce it. In my mind, the top three things that we really want to get out of this are enforcement, accountability, and stop the nuisance. If we can't achieve that, then this ordinance change will be worthless. So I don't know if we can incorporate some of what the residents see. If they provide you with a video, there must be some sort of legal issue with that, which is why you've pushed back on that. But the way San Bernardino presents status reports, I don't understand why we can't do something just like that. Thank you, Ron, for providing a slide of that. I would love to see that, and I think that was what Supervisor Perez said as well. And Mr. Kuehl also mentioned that San Bernardino works with Deckard, because I've not seen anything decent come out of them in this whole time we've had a contract with them. Are you feeling more optimistic that we can get what we need out of them? Because if not, we should look for another vendor. So those are my comments, but again, the focus has got to be on getting results. We got to do that. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Medina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I've heard many residents speak about the importance of their neighborhoods and being able to have a good night's sleep. And I very much agree there's nothing more important than that. I've only been here a little less than 2 years, so I haven't been here for the whole 10 years that this topic has been discussed. But I do agree with Supervisor Washington that enforcement, I think, is the most important. And so I would address my remarks, Supervisor Washington, if you do want to strengthen it from and lessen the number of citations that need to be, I would support that.
Supervisor Gutierrez.
Just want to thank the staff for the presentation and thank the public for coming out. It does sound like we're heading in the right direction, and it does seem like it took way too long. I think that data is very important. So, and streamlining things, and I think we're trying to work in that direction. I'm glad, under Rania's leadership and John and Brian, you see the changes that are needed. Because I was a little surprised that we hadn't revoked one license, but that to me tells me that you saw what the changes need to be done, and you're bringing that here for us today. I would also support the same thing as well. Again, it's not in my district specifically, so I'll defer to District 3 and 4 on this. But if you wanted to strengthen it too, I would support it.
Very similar words. It's not. We have very few, if any, or just a handful of STRs in my district. And I appreciate, first off, all of you coming. Some of you have been regulars, some are first-timers, and that's, doesn't matter. Your voices were heard today, and the frustration was felt. So I think that's the most important thing, is that we really got the message, and my colleagues and I have no desire to make your lives less desirable because of other people, particularly bad neighbors. And the enforcement, we will be on them for reinforcement. I think that that's really one loud message that those of us up here have heard. The bad players need to be held accountable. I will defer to Supervisor Perez and Supervisor Washington on the 3 or 7 or 5. I mean, we kind of go with, well, we haven't done it yet. I mean, we can always get more tight, but, you know, just because of the longevity of what some of these folks have put up with is frustrating. I think I'll just leave it at that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
could I ask Supervisor Perez if he would consider amending his motion on 30? I think he verbalized a motion, which I will second if he's willing to amend it. I would like to change those numbers of 5 and 7 to 3 and 5. Is that clear enough? Or and
I appreciate the motion. Yes, I support it. As a matter of fact, I brought it up to staff, and I still didn't understand why we were going in that direction, but I'm glad we're turning that around.
And then,
So, yeah.
And then the second item is I really want that website like San Bernardino's doing to present what we just saw from Mr. Kuehl's presentation. So I'd like to include that in my motion, or my second of Supervisor Perez's motion, if that's acceptable to him as well.
Sure is.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Perez, a second by Supervisor Washington. Voice vote, please.
Supervisor Medina?
Yes.
Supervisor Spiegel?
Yes.
Supervisor Washington?
Yes.
Supervisor Perez?
Yes.
Supervisor Gutierrez?
Yes.
Let the record reflect the item passing as unanimous.
Okay. And I apologize to everybody who was here for the first part of the agenda, which we normally do first, and I hope you understand our reasoning to make accommodations for Supervisor Perez with his family emergency. Okay, we will now go back to the clerk of the board, additions, completions, and corrections.
There are no additions. There are no deletions under corrections. Item 2.14 is a Schedule E subdivision with some residential use in the Temescal Canyon area. Items 3.18 and 3.27 are in District 2. Under notations, item 14.2 is a public hearing item. And we have speakers signed up for public comment in items 2.7, 2.8, 2.9, 2.15, 3.63, and public hearing items 21.1.
2.7, 2.8, 2.9, 2.15, 3.63, and 21.1. I'm adding, I also had 2.7, but 2.11 and 2.18. Colleagues, does anybody pulling anything?
No.
Supervisor Medina.
I'd like to pull item 3.7.
3.7. Okay, with that being said, the remainder of the items.
Move approval. Move approval of the balance.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Please vote, or please roll call.
Supervisor Medina?
Yes.
Supervisor Spiegel?
Yes.
Supervisor Washington?
Yes.
Supervisor Perez?
Yes.
Supervisor Gutierrez.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So we will begin with 2.7. Are they back? Thank you so much. I know you came down and waited and
Good morning.
good morning. It is still morning.
It is still morning, yes. I think I missed.
Is there a clicker?
Oh, just advance it. Okay, does it show up here? Okay. Sorry, first time. Good morning, Chair Spiegel, members of the board, Mr. Van Wagenen, Mr. Tran. I'm Chris Gray. I'm the Assistant Assessor, County Clerk Recorder, here on behalf of Peter Aldana, the elected Assessor, County Clerk Recorder. So I'm here to present the 2026 assessment roll. So before I get into the numbers, I'll quickly orient you to the property tax workflow. 3 departments share this process: the assessor, the auditor controller, and the treasurer tax collector. The assessor is the start. We assess every property in the county, and everything downstream depends on that work. Each year, by July 1st, we deliver the completed assessment roll to the auditor controller. That's the arrow you see on the diagram. It's called a roll because it actually used to be a big paper roll that we would hand deliver to their office, and now it's all done electronically. And now for the numbers. So for the 2026 assessment roll, our total assessed value is $483.98 billion, which represents a 5.18% increase over the prior year, or an absolute value of $23.8 billion over about 1 million parcels. Putting that into context, if you can kind of see over the past, that is down a little bit over the past 4 years, but it's really in line with what we've seen in the past decade or so. We're really settling into that 5 to 6%. We'll see what happens next year, but it does appear we're sort of settling in there. So what drives that assessment growth? Under Prop 13, base values rise no more than 2% annually, and growth comes from 2 sources. Number 1 are property transfers. When a property sells, it's reassessed to current market value. In an active market, this is the single largest source of new value on the roll. And if you look back at that slide from before, when we had low interest rates back in 2022 and 2023, and there was a really hot real estate market, that was really increasing the number of transfers we had and increasing the roll. And that's how we got to that 9% value. The other way that the roll increases is through new construction. So new homes, additions, and commercial and industrial projects are added at market value as they're built. That added roughly $5.1 billion to the 2026 assessment roll. So as an office, we really strive to be fair and equitable in the way we assess taxpayers in the county. We use technology and data to apply consistent, standardized valuation methods to more than 1 million parcels through the county. We are considered a leader in technology and innovation, and we are the first to use machine learning technology to assist in the assessment process across the country. We strive for accurate valuations. Assessments are grounded in the current market data and established industry standard valuation methods. And third, we have independent oversight. The California State Board of Equalization sets the rules statewide and audits our practices. As a large county, we are audited every 5 years, and as a matter of fact, we have an audit coming up next year. So that kind of covers like the happy path of when property values are going up, but what happens if someone disagrees with a value that we have put on the roll? Under Prop 8, when a property's market value falls below its Prop 13 value, we lower the assessment to match. And as a matter of fact, as some of you may remember back in the Great Recession, over 400,000 properties were in Prop 8 status as a direct result of our office proactively lowering market values for taxpayers that where their property values had declined. But if after all this process, folks go out and they see that their properties, they think they might be overvalued, there's 2 avenues for them to take. Number 1 is an informal process through our office. You go to our website, RivCoACR.org. You file a decline in value reassessment application. It's a free application, and we will look at that at no cost. There's also a formal assessment appeal, which is filed through the Clerk of the Board Assessment Appeals Division. That's a formal process. Those need to be filed by November 30th. So that's pretty much it for my presentation, but thank you. The 2026 assessment roll represents a full year of work by our staff. My thanks to the team for their dedication and expertise in delivering it accurately and on time.
I have a quick question on that.
Yes.
The informal, you have to file by November 1st.
Yes.
And then the assessment appeal, you have to file on November 30th. Will that informal be done so that if you get denied, you can go to the assessment appeal?
Yes. The reason we make it due on November 1st is so that we have a chance to review it, and so that if they still disagree with our value, then they can appeal through the clerk of the board.
Okay. Any of my colleagues have questions? Okay, we do have a public comment on this, correct?
Yes, we have one public speaker, Brad Anderson.
Called in earlier and then hung up, and he hasn't called back yet.
So he's not on?
No, Brad dropped the call.
He probably called in when he thought we were taking
Right in the
this,
beginning. Supervisor Perez, are you still on this call?
I just got a text that Supervisor Perez have left.
Oh, he did leave, okay. Didn't want to keep looking at my phone trying to get the update on him. Okay, so with that being said, we can now go to a non-verbal.
It's up. It's up right now.
Electronic voting, no need for roll call.
Okay, I'm on a different screen.
It's up.
I was looking for Manny, so I was on a different screen. Supervisor Medina. Okay, that passes 4-0. Okay, we are now on 2.8. We have a public speaker on that?
Yes, we do. Roy Bleckert.
Something that struck me about the report on the cost controls and the grants for housing, which are in the hundreds of millions of dollars. We had the project, which has been going on for 4 or 5 years, the SBX project, brought to you by Corey Jackson. How can there be cost controls just in that project? Even after the project failed, and you've taken food out of the homeless foster kids to try to, in my view, cover this whole thing up for a lot of reasons, we still do not have the public posting of every document from day one to now, every communication, every piece of paperwork that went on in this. Now let me point out this. I don't know what went on in 99% of all of this hundreds of millions of dollars, but I'm very familiar with what went on in this specific incident. And with what I see in that, what do you think I project's going on in the other 99%? Or what do you expect a reasonable person would suspect is going on? These controls need to be tightened up. Public accountability needs to have teeth behind it, not just words expressed. When do we get that? The 12th of never? That seems to be when.
Okay, so that was 2.8. Do we have a motion on that? A motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm going to support the item because it's asking us to receive the updated audit report. There may still be some issues that need to be addressed, and I think the auditor controller, as well as our director, Heidi Marshall, from the department will continue working on that, and we'll see updates, additional updates in the future. So, I
Is
think
Heidi
that
in here?
needed- Yeah, she's here.
Got the message?
Yeah.
Okay, and that passes 4-0. So we are now on 2.11. And I pulled that item.
2.9, Madam
Oh.
Chair.
I did have 2.9.
We have a public speaker,
Oh, yes, you're right. Sorry.
Errol Koshowitz.
I'm trying to card in the last 2.8 or 2.11.
She said 2.9 you turned it in for.
Well, this is 2.11, so.
We're on 2.
We're on 2.9. I said 2.11, so it,
Okay, there you go. There you go. Let's change it.
Now, I requested a long time ago about, I wanted to be a part of the audit situation, the internal audit. I asked you guys, the board here last year, I wanted to have an application to apply for some oversight to be an auditor. You guys never responded back to me, through the emails. The county is just picking and choosing who you guys want to audit. My opinion right now, I actually wanted to apply to become part of the board to see what you guys are stealing. And that's what I wanted to do. And I've been up here many a times to ask that. So I'm going to ask this right now. I would like to be part of the oversight committee to see your guys' funding. That's what I want to ask today, and it's very difficult to talk to you guys because you guys are criminals. And right now I'm asking to be part of that team to oversee public funds. You guys are you have a blank check of our money, and we need to stop that. Okay, I know we're having problems now. You guys can spend whatever you want, but that's not accessible to the taxpayers. The taxpayers should have the right to see what you guys are stealing. And somebody has to be looking in that little bubble of yours to see what we're looking at. I know it's very difficult, but it's not your funds, you guys. It's the taxpayers' funds. So we need some outside interference from your bubble. We need to get inside your bubble. That's what I'm asking for today, so I'd like to apply for that position.
thank you for your comment. Okay, 2.11.
What?
Oh, we need to vote on that. I just was trying to move on. We're going to get to 2.11 yet. This is one I pulled because I really want to hear about it. You ready now? Come on up. Good morning.
Heidi Marshall, Director of the Department of Housing and Workforce Solutions, and thank you, Board of Supervisors, for pulling this item. It gives us an opportunity to hear about the great successes having been achieved with this investment that every single one of you made on behalf of our nonprofits. It's my pleasure to introduce both Tally and Stephanie from the Regional Access Project, who are here to tell you more about it.
Thank you, Heidi. Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors, and thank you, Madam Chair, for inviting us to be here. My name is Tally Fantini. I am the Director of NPO-Centric, a program of the Regional Access Project Foundation, with my colleague Stephanie Miner. We do have a presentation. Thank you. So what we're here to talk about today is the RAP Foundation and our program, NPO-Centric. The Regional Access Project Foundation was founded in 1992 by Corky Larson, who was a supervisor of the Riverside County. And we were formed to met unmet needs and underserved in the areas of Eastern Riverside and mental health, health, and juvenile intervention. I would like to acknowledge our CEO, Leticia DeLara, that's here, as well as our chair, Aurora Wilson, and our chair of MPO Centric, Jan Pai, who are with us today, as well as some of our nonprofits supporting us. Thank you for being here. MPO Centric, again, is a program of the Regional Access Project Foundation. We are the capacity building arm of the organization. We work with nonprofits to make them stronger, and our vision is to continue to boost our programming and become the premier nonprofit capacity building organization throughout Riverside County, and we're growing throughout California, and we hope to continue to do that. The 3 pillars of our program are capacity building, professional development, which are workshops that we're going to talk a little bit more about. I just wanted to share that photograph of Supervisor Gutierrez when we were in your district. And we have a membership program as well. And so we work with hundreds of nonprofits throughout the county in our membership program, providing them several resources that we're going to provide a little bit more detail about. But part of them are workshops, discounts, and obviously one-on-one consulting with our team. I want to just shout out our testimonial that we have here from Palm Springs Section 14. We were very happy to work with them as one of our members and help them with their strategic plan that helped them formulate their organization, eventually be one of the first organizations in the country to receive reparations from a government. Now I'd like to hand it over to Stephanie Miner.
Ooh, nothing's happening. There we go. Hello, everybody. I want to talk to you about the Rapid NPO-centric Riverside County Capacity Building Initiative. As you know, nonprofits across the county are dealing with being on the front line and helping and serving our communities. They're forced to spend each day putting out fires, although I feel kind of bad about using this fire slide after the beautiful presentation we had for those fire chiefs, but they do actually put out fires every single day. Some of the common challenges that they face are limited staff, increasing demand for services, board challenges, funding pressure, outdated systems and processes, and need for stronger visibility and community support. So Letty and I, got in her car and we came and visited each one of you and asked you all for funding, and lucky for us and lucky for the nonprofits, you all said yes. So we want to thank you.
When you twist our arm.
Well, I did a little bit, but thank you for investing in Riverside County's nonprofit sector. They really need the help. And then we combined your dollars with some dollars that we had from the IEHP Foundation, some dollars that we had at RAP Foundation, and then ran this program through NPO Centric, which is what Tally just talked about. So let's talk about what happened since you all saw me and Letty in your offices. We launched in November of 2025. We've had a lot of strong response. We have gone to your districts, each one of them twice, once in January, once in June. So the report that was pulled today, the numbers are going to look much different because we saw over 300 people in person in your districts. So you can see us around different locations. We've made a lot of friends along the way. And even Letty came to Moreno Valley District 5 last week and helped us welcome people, and they were so excited that she was there. So 600 unduplicated, I want to stress unduplicated nonprofit professionals have attended live program activities across Riverside County. Pretty impressive and exciting. And 460 plus nonprofit organizations are represented by those nonprofit professionals. I also want to point out that we've had a lot of board members come to some of our trainings, which is very exciting because they actually run, they're in charge of the nonprofit. So it's great to see them. And then a very conservative number, we're going to do a better job tracking this for next year, but at least 500,000 people in Riverside County have been served by those nonprofit professionals and board members who have attended these trainings that you all helped to fund. So let's talk a little bit about programming. We have workshops and webinars, and 1,100 plus program engagements have happened as a result of those. People are returning for multiple workshops, cohort meeting, office hours, and webinars, and recorded learning opportunities. So they're liking what they see. Earlier, Supervisor Spiegel, you mentioned that when resources are being offered and they're being taken, clearly there's a need, and we're seeing that with the nonprofits over and over again, so that's exciting. We ask for surveys to be taken because we want to know what we're doing well, what we can improve on. As you can see, 470 people completed post-workshop surveys with 100% positive ratings. We bribe them with the food, actually. We make sure that they have really, really good food and really good information. We have strong participation, and that tells us again that the nonprofits are interested. So we're definitely meeting their needs. We have created and given out over 123 different ready-to-use nonprofit resources, everything from how to create a standard operating procedure, a board report, a board orientation guide, fundraising materials, marketing materials, and those have come through our workshop resources and then our office hour resources with the cohorts, which we're going to talk about right now. So when we came to see you all, you were definitely interested in the training, but you were interested in longer term tracking with your nonprofit. So we created cohorts where we're working with these nonprofits for 1 year, and we're seeing incredible results. We have 85 5 district-based cohorts, and we wanted to say yes to 10 to 15 nonprofit organizations from each district. We did that. We surpassed that a little bit in District 1 and District 4 because they're a little bit bigger and they know us, but we have people chomping at the bit.
We all should have the same number of people.
We shall. I promise you, if we do this for year 2, I promise you we will. Yes, I knew that was going to come. It wasn't for lack of marketing effort. It's that you all didn't know us as well, but trust me, people know us in your districts now. We are going to have to move out of the spaces. We've been renting like in Via Avalon and smaller hotels. If we do this again next year, we're going to have to get bigger spaces because the word is out. So we will fix that, no problem. All right, so cohorts help nonprofit leaders move from information to action. It's one thing to attend a workshop, and they love that, and we love that for them, but we want to walk alongside them and really help solve their problems. So they also create continued engagement because we're working on the issues introduced in the workshops. We have a workshop in person in the morning, and then we meet with the cohort in person in the afternoon when we're near districts. They're building relationships with nonprofit peers. We're encouraging them because RAP is a funder. We know that funders love when people collaborate, so we're encouraging them to collaborate. They're discussing the challenges that are specific to their organizations, and someone else is saying, I had the same challenge, let me help you with that. And they get access to ongoing technical assistance, and then they receive support between major program activities. Some of the benefits of the cohorts, they get one-on-one support. They've been getting that all along, but next week we're going to be opening it up where they will have one-on-one support with me. It's a small application. They tell me a problem that they're solving. They give me a week, and then we get together and we figure out how to solve their problem and get them on the right track. We also did 18-point website reviews. We noticed that the nonprofits did not have the best websites, and so you're going to see a major change, and they really, really loved that. And then again, we have twice monthly virtual office hours. So nonprofits want and need actual support that helps them navigate the challenges, and thanks to you all, they got that. So let's talk about how we're going to finish up the year. We're going to, like I just said, start with the one-on-one coaching, and then in November, we're going to do a webinar called Recruit, Engage, Retain, Practical Strategies for Building Strong Boards, because a lot of nonprofits are having problems with their boards, and so we need to help them fix that and solve that problem. So the bottom line is that this program gives nonprofits a practical help they can use right away. And thanks to you all, they're getting that support that they need. Their gratitude reflects how deeply this support is needed. So I had printed out a couple of testimonials for you, but I want you to see this slide. Excellent. So look at this slide. At the end of every workshop, I say, hey, let's talk about this. What did you think about the workshops? What do you think about the fact that we're able to offer them for free or low cost? These people could not run fast enough for me to record them and give us video statements. And I have a whole nother page. So as soon as I can, I just got back in town, but we'll start editing them and sending them to you and posting these things on social media because they are incredibly grateful and really, really need the information that you all helped fund and make it available for them so that they can use it. So thank you for that. Tally's email's at the bottom, mine is at the bottom, and we just really appreciate your support, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I know that I got several phone calls. In fact, when they called me, I really wasn't following what they were saying. And then I heard from some good friends that were there and part of it. I'll tell you, it was just only positive. So it was really nice to hear.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, question. Can we get a list of which nonprofits in our district?
Absolutely. Yes. Yes, for sure.
And they can be added too as it continues?
Excuse me?
We can add nonprofits that may have missed the opportunity?
Absolutely, yes, yes. And we're encouraging them. We're reaching out. They're telling their friends. We're adding more nonprofits to the list. The county actually pulled the list from the state's office, and so it doesn't include emails, but we're trying to reach out to more and more of the smaller nonprofits, the grassroots nonprofits, to get them out there. So hopefully you all will share the message. We will, and then our new nonprofit friends are sharing it as well, and we will provide you with that information.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
That passes 4-0.
All right.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Okay, so we are now on 2.15. Public comment? Oh, while they do that, come on, guys, real quick, a picture they want to take.
Hello, sir. How are you?
That's a good one.
You're welcome. Grab one more piece right here, right? 1, 2.
Thank you so much. Thank you again, Supervisor Spiegel.
Okay, 2.15?
Yes, Brad Anderson pulled the item, but he has not returned.
Okay, let's please vote. 2.18. Adam.
Motion passed.
Pardon?
215, we're still.
It's closed. We're done. Keith wasn't up here yet. Sorry. I'm trying to rush this now.
No.
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Van Wagen and Mr. Tran. I appreciate the opportunity to brief on the 90-day assessment for veteran services. I use this time to evaluate our operations and review our department's programs and identify opportunities to strengthen Riverside County services for their veterans. I did not come into this assessment looking to make sweeping changes, but instead to identify opportunities for improvement and build on some successes. I want to first acknowledge our employees. They are the department's foundation. Our dedicated employees are the backbone of the department. The team remains committed to helping veterans and their families. As you know, Riverside County is the third largest veteran population within the state, serving over 116,000 veterans and their dependents. Our staff of 29 employees over the past year has assisted in achieving the highest number of claims services that our department has ever reached. So that's a great achievement from our staff. Our strategic direction, as a review of our operations, has led to establishment of a strategic framework where I created four pillars that will guide the department and ensure that the department remains aligned with our core mission. Our assessment has also provided the opportunity to explore expanding access to veterans who may never come through our doors. This expansion has already started with our grant-funded programs to serve our justice-involved veterans, but the grant has limits, and it limits our flexibility to proactively serve those veterans in underserved areas. We have strengthened our partnerships and collaboration between county departments, primarily through RivCo 1, and we've worked with county legislative team, our state and federal association teams on issues protecting veterans, including implementation of SB 694, which protects veterans from for-profit companies, as well as advocacy to increase the state funding, increase state subvention funding. In closing, as we move forward, my priorities are to expand access, to invest in our people, to strengthen our partnerships and continue improving operations and ensure every veteran has the opportunity to receive the benefits and the services that they earn through their service. I appreciate your time, and I'm open to any questions you may have.
Supervisor Medina.
Yes, I want to thank Adam for his leadership and look forward to our event Thursday along our Veterans Resource Fair Thursday with Congressman Takata.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for all your help.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gutierrez.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to thank Adam. Thank you for your report, your thorough report. I was able to review it. And I just think that you've really done a great job. You know, the Veteran Services Director.
Bless you.
Bless you. These past, I think I want to say 6 months or 3 months. I guess
So
it's 3.
past 4 months since I was appointed in March, but the interim director since October.
Yeah, I was going to say it's longer than the 90 days. Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, so you've been doing a great job, so keep it up.
Thank you so much.
Does our veteran want to talk?
I was trying to look up when that was that we were in Menifee for the expo there.
Just this past Friday, sir.
Friday, okay. The days all run together. Good to see you there. It was a good event. The room was packed. I got a lot of very positive feedback about our veteran services. You heard what Jerry said.
Yes, sir.
We got to work on the VAC, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we'll get there, but compliments for your department. So thank you for that. We continue to work together.
Thank you so much.
All of us to serve our veterans.
Thank you so much.
I don't think you need to hear me say again, I appreciate you, I appreciate your team, and I know that when there's suggestions made, you act on them, and I think that's something so important, because we hear it from our community, and you just take it and run with it, and you've done some great things, and I'm just really excited to see as you grow more.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the support.
Okay, 4-0. So we are now on 3.63?
3.7?
That wasn't 3, no, I mean, we're done with that, aren't we? Oh, no, 3, we were for the veterans. I'm trying to get done faster than we're supposed to. Okay, 3.7, Supervisor Medina.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to pass this on to our CEO, Jeff Wagner, to set this up for us.
Thank you, Supervisor Medina. Chair and members of the board, this item is related to a penalty that the county has to pay to the state of California. Wanted to give a very brief overview of it and then turn it over to Dr. Cheng to talk about the significant work that's being done. In 2022, the legislature passed a new law that specifically tried to limit the number of people that were transferred from local counties to state hospitals for treatment for being incompetent to stand trial. At that time, the state set a cap that counties were to stay below in terms of the number of people that were sent to the state hospitals. Anyone who's working in our criminal justice system knows that the incompetent to stand trial population is not something that's generally under the control of any one department, not the public defender's office or defense counsel or the DA, behavioral health, or the courts. But there's always more that we can be doing. We certainly criticized the state's cap when it happened. We did a lot of advocacy around that. And the penalty that the county was forced to pay the first year was approximately $2.5 million. The second year was roughly $3 million. The good news is that penalty goes up to the state, and then it comes back to the counties if the counties working together create a plan to minimize the incompetent to stand trial population. That plan gets approved by the state, and then the state returns the money to us to implement that plan. The reason why this report this year, or this item this year, is significant is because of the significant and real progress that the team, certainly led by Dr. Chang in behavioral health, but also the district attorney, the public defender, the courts, our sheriff's department, and working together. As I said, our first two fines were $2.5 million and $3 million. This year's fine is $240,000 because we've made real significant work, and I think this year we're only 10 above the cap that was established. So I'd like to now turn it over to Dr. Chang to share a little bit about the work that the group has been doing and why we're seeing some success.
No, I appreciate that, Mr. Van Wagenen, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors, Mr. Van Wagenen, County Council, Matt Chang with RUHS. And so some of what I say will be repetitive, but I do appreciate the groundwork set out by our CEO. So the item before you is a request to approve the payment of $238,804 in penalty fees to the Department of State Hospitals for exceeding our incompetent stand trial, or the IST, growth cap in fiscal year 24-25. As Jeff mentioned, in 2022, the state passed SB 184, which set a cap on the number of individuals a county can have found incompetent stand trial on felony charges. Our baseline was set using our fiscal year 21-22 numbers, and if we exceed that baseline in a given year, we're charged a penalty. In fiscal year 24-25, we came in 10 determinations over baseline, and the resulting penalty is the $238,000 before you today. I'll be candid about the mechanism, as Jeff mentioned. There's a certain irony in being penalized for the number of people that courts find incompetent stand trial determinations that are largely downstream of us, and that reflect the same rising tide of justice-involved individuals with serious mental illness we've discussed before. But here's why our recommendation is to approve. This isn't just a penalty as much as a redirect of sorts. Every dollar we pay is deposited into the Mental Health Diversion Fund and comes back to the county once the state approves our expenditure plan, as Jeff mentioned, to be spent on reducing further IST determinations. And we're already doing that work. Our approved expenditure plan from the state funds what's known as our IST reduction team, or the CLEAR program, which is the competency-linked engagement for assessment and restoration. I didn't name it. I would have named it something else, but yeah, I get outvoted as usual. The program is about $1.9 million a year with the capacity to serve roughly 400 individuals annually. The team is multidisciplinary, psychiatry, clinical therapists, behavioral specialists, nursing, peer support, and they provide rapid assessment, treatment, medication management, and discharge planning for justice-involved individuals with serious mental illness with the specific goal of stabilizing people early and reducing unnecessary IST determinations before they happen. I'm going to give you a sense of where we are because this program has moved quickly. We stood the team up over the course of the year, built a standardized process for seeing people, and began seeing individuals in banding. We're now meeting with folks several days a week and seeing more each week. Beyond the in-person work, our clinicians have already delivered dozens of substance use assessments virtually to support individuals inside the jail, meeting people where they are rather than waiting for them to come to us. And we're developing an injectable psychiatric medication program that's coordinated by nursing staff to get long-acting medications to individuals through the jail pharmacies. Early engagement has been encouraging. The individuals we've connected with have wanted to keep meeting with us, and that's what we're really after. Folks who will keep coming back. I want to spend a moment, as Jeff mentioned, on how CLEAR came together because it reflects what this county can do. This isn't a program that RUHS built on its own and handed to the justice system. We sat down and built it together with our partners, the executive office, the public defender, the district attorney, and the sheriff's department. Each of them sits at a different point in the process a person moves through, and each of them had to be at the table for this to work. And honestly, the program doesn't happen without them. Getting these partners aligned around a shared goal, getting people the right care instead of cycling them through competency programs, is what made CLEAR possible. So dollars we send up come back home and go directly into a program built by the same partners who work with these folks every day. It's squarely aligned, as we've talked before, about our continuum of care and our focus on right care, right time, right place. And again, our ask is to approve the item and put these dollars right back to work through CLEAR, a program justice partners built with us, reducing future IST determinations here in Riverside. And with that, thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Great report. Thank you for all your efforts. It shows and it pays off. So
I do have one question.
Yeah.
You said that the determination was made downstream of you, but I didn't follow that, what you meant by that.
Yeah, so, no, oh, yeah. Fair. I think I think the point is it's, so the courts make the actual determination of incompetent to stand trial. And so
After you've done your evaluation.
no, before. So
before.
So when someone is, I'll mind my time. How it usually works is some individual in the legal system raises a doubt of competency, and then when that is raised, then there is an evaluation by, it's known as an alienist. They provide an evaluation and a report, and then the court weighs in on the merits of that report and determines if someone's found incompetent or not. I have lawyers in the audience who will keep me honest. Essentially, we don't necessarily have the direct levers to pull there. What the levers we do have to pull and what we're pulling is trying to identify folks earlier in the process. So specifically folks who have seriously or are seriously mentally ill, folks who are not taking psychiatric medications, as we know that cohort, generally they might be at higher risk for being the doubt raised about competency. And so we're seeing those folks, which then our thought is will lower the chance that that doubt is raised about competency, which is why the original name was the No Doubt Clinic, but no one likes that name. So I think that's the point, Supervisor. It is a kind of a complex, multifactorial problem overall, and we're trying to go further upstream to catch them, bad choice of words, to identify folks who can benefit from these services so they never get to the point where they are found incompetent to stand trial.
Is the concern from the state and the reason for the fine structure that we would just easily just pass them off to be the state's responsibility? Or is that?
I'll do it to myself, Jeff, don't worry. So, okay, so the concern from the state is, and this is just my opinion, there is a lawsuit previously, it was Stiavetti, and essentially what it found is that the Department of State hospitals were not doing their duty when it comes to taking care of folks who are incompetent to stand trial. So the state hospital was overloaded. They had backlogs. Those backlogs built into local jails, and that affected how the whole system worked. Mm-hmm. From our perspective, the state has realigned the problem down to the counties with kind of an arbitrary distinction.
This isn't the first time we've seen that.
I know, that's why I'm repeating it. Essentially, the state went, okay, 21, 22, that's your baseline. And then anything above, below, we will fine you or not based upon that. So it's the state trying to put some teeth into a piece to encourage counties to be innovative in how they address this problem, in addition to a whole host of other, we can talk about IST all day, sir, but a host of other ways to tackle this IST problem.
Yeah.
This specifically was trying to lower the number of people who are raised out about and found IST.
But we've come a long way from the over $2 million fine to $240,000. So I'm guessing we've been able to reduce the numbers significantly that goes over that cap. But I mean, in essence, if they went to court, aren't they still incompetent to stand trial?
So two things, and I want to be transparent about this. Yes, the numbers have gone down and the fine numbers have gone down. I'm not going to stay here and say clear has magically solved the problem, because that would be a factually inaccurate statement. I think multiple things have happened. I think we've continued to build out the services and the work together in the jails in terms of getting folks into treatment, getting them taken care of. That's helped. Additionally, there was a revision of the baseline number that factored into account population growth. And so now CLEAR is up and going, so we do expect, from here on to see the real benefits of it. So that's kind of the backstory about our numbers and where it's going. And I'm sorry, Supervisor, your question was about people being found IST?
Well, actually, I'm going to stop.
Sorry.
I'm going to stop because I don't want to get in trouble with these 4 people.
Nice.
To my east.
Yeah.
Thank you, Doc.
We're fine.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 3.63?
That item is pulled by Brad Anderson, who is no longer online.
Okay, please vote. Okay, that passes 4-0. Okay, we are now on 13.1.
14.2.
What?
That's what she meant.
What are we on?
14.2.
What happened to 13.1?
That was approved with the block motion. That
Oh,
item.
yeah. See, I usually sit through and do that, and I didn't do it this time, so I apologize. Okay, 14.1. 2, public hearing, 14.2. It's written right here.
Good afternoon, Chair Spiegel.
I'm going to step away now because obviously I'm already checked out. It's not true. I apologize. I shouldn't say that. I'm just go.
Good afternoon, Chair Spiegel, Supervisors, Mr. Van Wagen and Mr. Tran. Edwin Quinones, Assistant Chief Engineer with the Flood Control and Water Conservation District. Item 14.2 is a public hearing to consider an amendment to the district's encroachment permit ordinance 19, and to consider approving a 6.8 increase in the administrative overhead costs associated with the encroachment permit services. Ordinance 19 was adopted in 2004, and it set deposit-based fees for encroachment permit reviews for proposed work within district right-of-way or modifications to existing district facilities. The majority of encroachment permits being issued now are to utility companies crossing our facilities. The key revisions we're proposing to Ordinance 19 include increasing the initial deposit amounts to reflect current review costs, since the deposit amounts haven't changed since 2004. We're also proposing to create a pathway for district to close out permits that have been dormant for 18 months and being able to refund balances to account applicants. We're also adding the ability to enact penalties for work completed on district facilities without inspection or proper permit coverage. At the close of the hearing, we're asking, staff is recommending adoption of District Ordinance 19.1 and adoption of the proposed increase in the encroachment permit administrative overhead rate. This concludes my report, and staff and I are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Any comments from my colleagues? Okay, I know that. He's guiding me. Okay, thank you for your comments. We will open the public hearing. Do we have anybody here to address us on this item?
There are no speakers.
Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back for a vote. And that passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't you read the next item?
We are now at public hearings, item 21.1.
I wasn't kidding. Go ahead. And you're here for the next two items, right? This one and the next one? Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mike Franklin with the Office of Economic Development. Item 21.1 is a request by the California Enterprise Development Authority, of which the County of Riverside is a member, to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution supporting the issuance of debt on behalf of River Springs Charter School, Inc. This funding will finance working capital for its operations and pay costs of issuance of the obligations. The borrower provides educational services as a public charter school at 19 schools throughout the county. Approval of these obligations by the county is required by the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. Staff requests that board conduct the public hearing and adopt the resolution. As a reminder, these obligations do not encumber any debt among the County of Riverside or represent any obligation of the County of Riverside.
So when I was asked by a constituent about this particular item, I think they first had a challenge that charter schools were doing that. Secondly, when I said that we would not incur the debt, they're asking who would. If we're the ones that have to okay the bond, who now is going to be responsible?
So you're not necessarily okaying the bond, we're just hosting the forum for a public hearing. The charter school's legal counsel, Kerrigan Bennett, is here and would be able to probably answer those financial
I just want
questions.
to make sure I do diligence for someone who wasn't able to be here, so. You understand what I was trying to explain back, and I said
Yes.
that we wouldn't be under the obligation of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm Kerrigan Bennett. I'm from Stradling, Yonko, Carlson, and Routh. And I've been bond counsel for River Springs Charter School for a number of years. These are qualified 501c3 bonds that are going to be sold tax exempt, so they're conduit revenue bonds. The governmental issuer for these bonds is the California Enterprise Development Authority, a separate JPA. And even the issuer is not responsible for this debt. The debt is solely the responsibility of the nonprofit corporation, River Springs Charter School, Inc. So these bonds are sold through the issuer and the trustee for these bonds. They're sold to private investors. The money from those investors is available. It's loaned to the borrower, and the borrower repays that money through the trustee to the bond investors.
Okay. Do any of my colleagues have any questions?
Sorry. I'm just a little confused. So we're not loaning them any money or anything like that. We're just approving of it, or
Right.
Or what are we doing here?
In order to sell tax-exempt bonds of this type,
Because they want to buy that.
yeah, it's a requirement of federal law that there be a public hearing and that there be approval by an elected representative. In this case, it's the Board of Supervisors acting at the behest of the JPA, the California Enterprise Development Authority. So for example, I was here not too long ago for another issuance of qualified 501c3 bonds for a different issuer, that would be Cal PFA, and the proceeds of those bonds were going to be used to buy charter school facilities, 501c3 facilities.
And they want to get those bonds because they get a good rate, or is that right?
Yeah, the ability to sell tax-exempt bonds means that the borrower will pay a lower interest rate because investors will not be charged federal income tax and, in fact, California state income tax on their interest payments from those bonds.
And they have to go to the board of supervisors for that, or they can go to any government, like city council, school district?
Yeah, so for qualified 501c3 bonds, it could be a number of public agencies. It has to be within the jurisdiction. So in this case, because River Springs Charter School operates throughout the county, they have a county-wide charter that was approved by the County Board of Education. It makes sense to do it with the County Board of Supervisors. If they had used a different, if they'd used a state entity as the conduit issuer, we could have had this hearing in Sacramento.
Okay, thank you.
I'm seeing now what's confusing folks is that our Form 11 says that a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Riverside approving the issuance. But we're just approving after there's public comment saying they're in favor or oppose, and whatever we take from that, we
That's
say,
right.
yes, we're just saying that, okay.
That's right. The actual issuance.
It's a little bit misleading.
Yeah, the actual issuance and the documents, the indenture, that has to all be approved by the Enterprise Development Authority.
Great, thanks for the education.
My pleasure.
Okay, with that being said, we will open the public hearing. Do we have anybody to address us on this?
There are no speakers.
I'm going to let you, but normally you have to have the card in.
So since this charter was from the county superintendent of schools, why is this hearing not before the entity that issued the charter? That's my only question.
So as a member of the California Enterprise, let me find the actual Development Authority, the County of Riverside, the Board of Supervisors is the venue
Is it?
for that. I don't know if the Office of Education is also a member separately.
So it could be several different opportunities to have this public hearing
Correct.
reaching into the community.
And when organizations approach us for this type of hearing, if their operations are only in one particular city, we direct them to that city and that city council. But when it's a situation like this where they have 19
countywide.
facilities over multiple cities and unincorporated communities, the county takes it as the overarching jurisdiction.
And so her question being, why did not the RCOE do the officials?
They may not be authorized to if they're not a member of the California Enterprise Development Authority.
Okay. All right, I think I closed the public hearing, and we will now finish the vote. And that passes 4-0. Thank you, Michael. Now, number 2.
Thank you. Are we on 22? All right. Public hearing 21-2 is for the Community Facilities District 26-2M Summit Ridge. This is for a 527 residential unit development in the Winchester area of the 3rd District. After the close of the public hearing, staff recommends adopting resolution of formation 2026-064. The services provided by the CFD are street lighting and drainage maintenance.
Chuck, did you have any comments?
No.
No, okay. With that, I will open the public hearing. Do we have anybody here to address us on this item?
There are no speakers.
Seeing none, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for the vote.
Move staff's recommendation.
And that passes 4-0. Okay, here we go. TLMA. See, you guys are staying back there. The team is all here to support you. And to critique you. No, just kidding.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Mark Hughes, Riverside County Transportation Department. The item before you is a public hearing, 21.3, for the annual assessments for the LMD 89-1C. At the conclusion of the public hearing, staff recommends approval of the item.
And all those numbers mean what? Just kidding. Those of you looking at the agenda, there's a bunch of numbers on the recommended motion. Does that cover the whole district? I mean, the whole county? There's districts in each?
Yes, ma'am. 89-1 is countywide district.
Okay. With that being said, we will open the public hearing. Is there anybody here to address this on this item?
There are no speakers.
No speakers. With that, I'll close the public hearing and finish the vote. And that passes 4-0. You've done good. And I guess you're staying up there for the next one.
One more. Good afternoon once again. Item 21.4 is the annual assessments for the March JPA lighting and landscaping and lighting maintenance district number 1, not to be confused with the previous item. At the conclusion of the public hearing, staff recommends approval of the item.
So how many districts? It says maintenance district number 1. Is there more than one district?
Correct. So the county took over the March JPA landscaping and lighting maintenance district July 1st of 2025. So this is actually our first time coming to the Board of Supervisors for this item. This was taken over from the March JPA last year. The area is encompassing the old March JPA area, which is basically west of the 215 freeway and west of the Veterans National Cemetery, and also south of Van Buren, and then the area, the commercial developments between south of Alessandro and north of Van Buren, all
Thank you.
specific to the 1st District.
Okay. Any other questions for? Nope. Seeing none, we will open the public hearing. Is there anybody here wishing to address us on this?
There are
Seeing
no
none?
speakers.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing and finish the vote. Oh, sorry. Can you start that again? I'm making you agonize there. Thought you were done. I thought you were done. Passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are now moving into public comments. Thank you all for sticking around, which is actually isn't any later than, it just was the off meeting, starting with a public hearing there. Okay, and we have 15 speakers? 16?
11.
That's close.
Eddie Apodaca, followed by Sergey Binkov.
And you are?
Sergey Vinkov.
I think she called Eddie Apodaca first.
Yes, that's correct.
Go ahead then. That's fine.
May I add 1 minute or it's only 2 minutes will be allowed?
What? What are we doing?
Because my speech was for 3 minutes. I see the
Okay, we'll give him 3 minutes.
only 2 minutes or 3.
She's
Thank you.
changing it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This midterm elections, many thousand people will see my name on the ballot because my name is Sergey Vinkov and I'm running for the governing board of Mount San Jacinto College. My date of birth is November 1786. Many of you may verify with my date of birth that I was facing the police brutality 2 weeks ago. I was being brought into the jail, moved between various cells, and one of the most memorable episodes was when I was face down on the floor, full of human feces. The experience of unlawful arrest is indeed traumatizing, and it has also given me additional knowledge about the law enforcement management in the Riverside County. That constitutional law is a discretional tool, but not mandatory. I was denied a call to my lawyer. I was denied an overnight arrangement. My health was put in severe danger. I'm truly living proof that the law doesn't work in this county. Maybe it's associated with deficiency of your supervising authorities or the controversial character of our sheriff's department leader. I don't know. But I have solid ground of knowing the law, civil and criminal procedures, and I can defend myself against the charges of trespassing while I was lawfully and peacefully waiting for health updates on my disabled husband at Loma Linda University, Marietta, on July 13. I can speak for myself. I can defend myself against baseless charges. This case opened numerous legal avenues for multi-million recovery. However, what I saw in the jail was more shocking than a misconduct of county employees or police. In my third cell, I was placed with a homeless person, and cellmates shared their bread with him. On release, some county employee forced that person to trash the bread. It was a heartbreaking moment, which to me characterizes the entire system. If we indeed take care of the homeless population, we should terminate this conduct among the county employees. Taking away the bread from the homeless, whose cost was paid, money budgeted for that meal. I invite the board members to review the policies of allowing takeaway meals from the jail and arrange a public hearing of top management of Loma Linda University in Murrieta on compliance with the law and other regulations. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
Eddie Apodaca, followed by Jim Niederrecker.
All right. I can do 2 minutes, whatever. Sake of brevity. Also known as the Rooster. No, nobody calls me that. That's the other guy. Let's see. So when I first came in here, I said something crazy like, to the victims, to the survivors, to the Annans, this is for you. Right? And I know what you all are thinking. You're thinking, oh my gosh, hero, brave, schizo. Well, I'm no hero. Just a washed up firefighter who found a second wind teaching my class. And in about mid-swing, I noticed, oh my gosh, I'm sending my students out there to work hand in glove with rapists and pedophiles. And I'm looking around at the board and whoever's supposed to be monitoring this, and like the new guy, are these guys really going to do something about this? Because they're asking questions like, well, is it safe? And hell no, it's not safe. We're talking about rapists and pedophiles, and Chuck over here smiles. The scumbag he is. We're talking about rapists and pedophiles and the politicians who have chosen to harbor and protect them. And Chuck smiles. Chuck thinks it's funny. Chuck sat on his board while the Turpins were, well, whatever happened to them. And you guys sit up here and, oh my God, CPS. Wild. I got Munchkin back here telling me, he says, we know what you think. Well, I'll tell you, little guy. It's not what you know that's going to get you in trouble. It's what you think you know that just ain't so. And that's Mark Twain, but I guess I'll exercise my freedom of speech for 3 minutes. Thank you for that. I walked over to the court the other day and looked at that big painting, right? That big painting and those little munchkins up in the left corner. You guys go check it out sometime and then tell the DA, keep pushing me.
Jim Niederrecker, followed by E. Petrella.
Good afternoon. I'm representing a group called Election Accountability Project and not REIT. Our Riverside County voter rolls are inaccurate. They don't meet federal or state law or California elections codes, and they must be corrected. They don't meet federal law 14th Amendment for only U.S. citizens may vote. They don't meet the National Voter Registration Act for accuracy, and they don't meet our California election codes for voter file maintenance. This is significant. Furthermore, the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights has informed chief election officers in all 50 states if they knowingly retain non-citizens on voter rolls, they may face criminal liability. The notice states federal law mandates that state and local election officials properly maintain election records. That means art is in scope. That's significant. This is the Riverside voter roll scorecard prepared by a group called Unite for Freedom. It's a 501c4 election integrity organization. It's based on the voter rolls from the 2024 general election. The scorecard data is accurate and it's courtroom ready. Data of this type has already been used in numerous state lawsuits. This data is rock solid. And the numbers that you see here are astounding. 558,000 voting violations, voter error rate of 49%, total election error rate of 50%. In short, it means that 50% of the registrants on our Riverside voter rolls are suspect. 50%. I mean, you guys have got to be shaking your heads, right? This data is horrible to say the least, and it's an ideal source of election fraud. The Assistant Attorney General is in possession of this scorecard and the California scorecard. So there's 3 actions required by you and our register. The first is demand the SOS, Secretary of State, remedy the sources of the inaccurate registrants. ART is not the source of this problem. This problem came from Sacramento. Number 2, I would like you to direct ART to initiate an immediate review of potential inaccurate voter registrations using all the lawful data resources available to him. And then third, you must ensure the ROV has the resources required to analyze this data and correct it. The letter that I sent you on Monday gives you all the details behind this. And so, in short, we're looking for your leadership. Action is required starting today. To get this done before the voter rolls are locked before the next election, that time is very, very short. So I'm asking for your support. Help ART fix this, please.
E. Petrella, followed by P. Petrella.
Okay. The last BOS meeting, you allowed the public in attendance to verbally assault me due to my support for Sheriff Bianco in opposing the Oversight Committee, and you did nothing. I had to wake you up and ask you to step in and do your job twice. Now, this is America, and I have a right to my own personal opinion and the right to support or not support anyone in office. Now, you also violated my right to public comment on the oversight agenda due to your and Perez's personal view of not being relevant to the agenda item and mentioning his self-convicted felon chief of staff. Now, Medina's comment was just or more irrelevant to the agenda item than mine, and you allowed him to just brag about his educational achievements, which had nothing to do with the agenda item. And Perez's comment did not even make any sense. It was incoherent and irrelevant, and not to mention too long. Now, he should be giving a comment time limit. This meeting opened my eyes. Now I know that Perez runs the board. You obey his order faster than helping an STR owner to shut the mic down in my time. Wow, you joined the homeboy club. Remember, once you're in it for life. Good luck. Mr. Washington, it's obvious why you were absent last BOS meeting. You had to take a stand on supporting the sheriff or your colleagues. Clever, but too obvious. You will be known as Swiss Chuck. Now, when can I bring in the grand jury report? We are all an apology. We are all a right to comment and question that behavior. You have created a horrible situation in my neighborhood, and you need to address the report. Your unethical behavior is the big black eye for the county. Our trust in good government is gone. Now, we are expecting to see the grand jury report on the agenda. We have a right to answers, and I'm going to keep bringing it up until you do. Thank you.
P. Petrella, followed by Greg Langworthy.
Just a note. Well, I'll wait till you're done.
Madam Chair, I think all of my social media friends saw my pictures from Hawaii and know why I wasn't here.
Please don't yell for the back.
So the invocation this morning reminded that we should always respect the board. I'm finding that impossible at this point. And it's a shame to say that, because you're elected officials and you're here to do our bidding. But you don't. You do the bidding of big and small business over the quality of life for us residents. I've been coming here for the last 3 or 4 years addressing this board. And in the beginning, I was very respectful. My wife was very respectful. We just Mr. Chairman and council members, and we did the whole dance. We worked cooperatively with county staff. We met with them individually. We met with them in group meetings. But the bottom line is nothing has changed for us. We didn't get the satisfaction that we wanted. So a while back, and I've informed the staff of this too, I quit. I mean, I quit in terms of working cooperatively or being nice or being respectful, because it didn't get us anything. It didn't get us what we wanted. So what does it get? It becomes open warfare. We should not be in open warfare with our elected officials and with our county employees. But that's what it's come down to. And that's a shame. I wish it weren't that way. But we're not going to get what we want. As Chuck pointed out, we've been kicking this down the road on the STR issue for 10 years. But we can kick it down the road for another 10 years, and we still won't get what we want. Which was, as you noted, Chuck, and you agreed, it shouldn't be going on in the residential district. But you didn't get the votes. You don't have the votes to exclude that. Because 90% of your problems and these complaints and these problems would go away if you did. So we resort to basically just coming up here and throwing mud on you at every opportunity, because what else can we do? You know, the kind of guy who drives down the street, sees the puddle of water, and I swerve to it so I can splash you. That's childish. I'm forced to act like a child. I just can't. I can't help it anymore. And the fact that this whole grand jury report, because we weren't getting any satisfaction, I finally took my complaints and my concerns to another venue. And they did, in fact, issue a very scathing and accurate report of why we haven't gotten any satisfaction over the last 3 years. Do I think there's going to be any accountability to that? No, not at all. You're untouchable. We can't fight City Hall. We can't beat City Hall. We're not going to. So all we can do is come and splash mud on you and say, ha ha.
Greg Langworthy, followed by Veronica Langworthy.
Just a comment on grand jury reports. We have a time frame that we have 90 days to read and review and respond.
Just to give you an update on the work. So what our goal was to give you a finding of fact for the June primary before you voted on July 14th. So that was our goal. And here's what we did get. We did get the vote center ballot statements. We did get the drop box ballot statements. We never got any post office numbers, and we didn't get any numbers for the ballot harvested. So that's why we couldn't complete our audit. But the goal is that you need a finding of fact before you make a decision. That was our goal. What are some of the good news? One of the things we learned, and this may be a solution, is that we believe that sorter that you guys purchased, the Blue Crest ballot mail sorter, does have the capability to provide all the information that we are looking for
It's called an incoming verification log. At least San Bernardino's does this. We think ours does it, but we haven't been able to get the manual. I think that's something you could request. Request the Blue Crest user's manual, see if it produces these reports, because these reports give you a date, a source of the ballots. These are for all the vote by mails, BBMs. It'll give you the number for the mail, the number for the drop-off location, the number for the vote centers, and it'll give you a count daily and the time that it's counted. So that's kind of a struggle we've had with ROV, that they have not been willing to give us that manual because it's proprietary. So the public can't get it. Maybe you guys could get it. But I would think that would be a key piece of maybe solving this problem, because we have a discrepancy, right? ART has a different reconciliation number than REIT does. We need to come together because it's just math. There's only a certain number of ballots, right? And they're paper. So there is a known number. We want to come up with the same number as ART, and we want to come up with that number before you vote for receiving and file. That's been our goal. I think we're heading in that direction, and I think we've made progress. So the solutions that we have, I think, are ask for that manual. If that sorter can't count, then let's hand count. Let's hand count that post office number. That's doable. I've been there. I can see that it's possible with enough workers. But so that's my suggestion, and looking forward to the ad hoc to talk about these things more.
Veronica, followed by Errol Koshowitz.
If I use the microphone over here, I don't have the timer in my eye. So let's see if I can get this. All right, supervisors, it's been a long meeting, so we're going to play a little game called What Do I Know? And I know you've been patient, you've been very, had people upset with you. Well, I want to play this What Do I Know, because I've given you a packet of information about kind of what I know. And this was, it was provided to me by the Registrar of Voters Office. And so the first thing is, what do I know? USPS. I ran a spreadsheet of all the different transaction reports they gave me. I've put them in order by the transaction number and the opening balance versus the remaining balance. On the side you see green. The green means that the remaining balance goes to the next opening balance. So there is sequence there. But where you see orange or yellow, those do not go from the last transaction report to the next one. There's a gap. There are over 12 gaps in what I received as full transparency for this USPS. And the red means that there was something written on it. And so I have a list of questions on the next page for that. But we're going to zip through this because you can look at it at your leisure. This was what was provided in a previous, oops, I don't know if you can see it all, previous election. And it was discontinued in 2026. That's why we're back to the transaction reports from the USPS. And if we had questions about the USPS things, we were told, go ask Lenora at the USPS. And like, they're going to talk to us because it's not my account. Why would they talk to me about the ROV's account? And there are 2 permits, 2 invoices that we know of. It doesn't address any of the FedEx billing that will be coming our way also. Then in this PRA, I requested all standard operating procedures for handling incoming ballots. And I got one document. And this was what was uploaded on July 8th. It was from 2023. This is for the machine that you paid for new software and maintenance on in November of 25. And yet they're doing the same procedure. And so I'm going to skip through that because you have the extra one to look at. And this is where this gets interesting. There was a newspaper article by our Alicia Ramirez of the Riverside reporter in full, that this fellow took his oath of office on July 1st. Well, very interesting, and also a little picture relief from all the type. But timeline, June 26th, Registrar of Voters, certification of results. July 1, this guy takes the oath of office. July 10, Secretary of State certifies the result. July 14th, it comes to you, our elected officials, and you are to certify the results. Your responsibility is to canvass the election results. It is to declare the result and order the county elections official to issue certificates of election. So your governing duty is to order who is taking office. It is not the ROE's duty. Your duty is being usurped. And it is not the registrar's. The registrar has to do with the Secretary of State, taking over the voter rolls from the county. Now, your authority is being taken over, and we don't know how. There are 58 counties in our state, and your role is to ensure. We want you to wield your power to govern.
Okay, Veronica. I was so enmeshed looking all this with you. You went over your time.
Oh, well, yeah, it's fine. Maybe you can have another timer over here so that
Yeah.
it's hard to see.
I'll just say I'm sorry, guys. Another timer.
There is more information.
That's what I was looking at, following you. Thank you.
Errol Koshowitz, followed by Tanya Gonzalez.
Hi, guys. I'm going to use the overhead projector.
But I'm watching 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. Now I want to say something to you guys. She's not she wasn't punctual with you guys. She's going to tell
Who's
you.
she?
Well, whoever it is. I'm going to say whoever it is. Martial law needs to happen in the state of California. We need to put you criminals behind bars. Okay, it's just insanity what's going on here. Okay. I'm calling on the President of the United States to invoke martial law in the city of Riverside and the county of Riverside. This is insanity. You people are criminals. Criminals, liars, and thieves. Right here. I got you all pointed right here. You have committed so much fraud. It is unbelievable. Now I'm going to push this back up here. I want to discuss this here, right here. Now, I requested back public records from the county of Riverside. Can we make this bigger, guys? Can we make this bigger? Thanks, sorry about that. Oh, okay, I didn't, sorry. Okay, these are purchase cards that the county's provided to county employees. Now, why is the county of Riverside providing credit cards to county employees? To do what? You have bought off votes, you've money laundered, you are criminals. I've told you this before. I want to go through some of them up here before. I have pages of this stuff, what you guys have done. You can laugh all you want. You guys need to go to jail, okay? It's that simple. I come in here, I want to see somebody that respects the taxpayers. You don't respect them. You don't respect nobody. You're not above the law. You're not kings. Okay, this is disgusting what you guys have done. These purchase cards, or what credit cards, whatever you want to call them, there is no accountability of these credit cards you've been handing out to your friends with county employees. Some are getting $150,000 of whack. That is not good. And then their credit is good. They spend all that money and you give them another card. You guys need to be in jail. Jail, jail. That's what I want to say to you guys today. You guys are disgusting. You too, Karen. You have a blessed day. It's disgusting up here.
Tanya Gonzalez, followed by Roy Bluckert.
Criminals.
Board of Supervisors. Good afternoon.
Got her in?
Okay. Okay, so just Tanya Gonzalez from District 5 in opposition to the SP 239A Stone Ridge Commerce Center. Just to wrap up this report, so last time I was here, it was a little chaotic at the end, so I'm not sure how much got through to you guys, but I just kind of wanted to go over why the industrial having a limit to it is important to oversee. As I mentioned before, it doesn't necessarily help the quality of jobs that are within the Riverside County. And so within that report, they had mentioned opportunities that can be coming to the county, especially with their neighbor, the Imperial County, and the lithium, just to kind of oversee how we can bring better job opportunities rather than warehouses. The reality is warehouses are going to be automatic. So a lot of, if you think about that, taking away housing to an opportunity of families to then just bring in warehouses, which will then reduce your job opportunities. It ends up being just the space that gets taken over by these corporations. And at the end of the day, the corporations are going to give you minimum. They're never going to give you what is to be presented. As you can see, if you drive down Meridian Parkway, the roads are a little bit jacked up. 215 obviously is really jacked up, but that one's not on your guys' power because it is of the state. So with that, there is an opportunity of Lithium Valley and Salton Sea, and that's going to be bringing in the tech cities, but the tech companies. And so instead of trying to have that space taken up by warehouses, then why not have an opportunity of being able to focus on education for Riverside County so that those tech companies can want to come and bring in their headquarters into Riverside County as opposed to LA and to Orange County, which is kind of where they are located right now, especially in Irvine. You go down and you see robots cleaning their streets. It's pretty impressive. There's also the warehouses that you have already. None of them really have any requirements to have any solar on there, which really what will be the biggest opportunity of Riverside County, in my opinion, is going to be energy. It's no longer gold or anything like that, but it's how can you produce energy to then sell it off to the counties around you to be able to be well off within your residents as well. And finding opportunities to produce energy is a good one. And that is requiring the warehouses that are already here to have those solar panels up top and being able to produce energy while their buildings sit. And so I'm just looking at the strengths.
I know.
Roy Bleckert, and Roy will be our last speaker.
I think to nobody's surprise, the previous speaker mentioned our roads are all jacked up. Yeah, you guys want to pass and extend another 0.5 cent sales tax that was going to fix this. Yet you've made it worse. I say it's insanity personified. Last night I sent an email out, which all of you should have received. And since the County of Riverside has jurisdiction over the elections here, there's a problem, I believe, brewing in the city of Moreno Valley. I believe Ulysses Cabrera is not eligible under the Measure I term limits for running for another term based on what we passed in 2014. Made the case of it. We should review that and make a determination so, as I believe, he should not be on the ballot, that we don't run into litigation and stuff. My purpose in doing that is so we clarify what should be. That's why I'm putting it on the record here for the second time and making it the information so there can be no question or we didn't know or anything else. The Registrar of Voters is here. I even talked to him this morning. So he's looking at it, or should, or is informed. But it goes all back to the trust. And are we going to follow the rule of law? Are we going to follow the intent of the voters and the will of the people? Or are we going to try to come up with ways to circumvent, obfuscate, maybe even put pressure on certain people to write opinions? We shall see how honest and integrity and accountability and transparency that this and other bodies and elected officials and appointed officials will be. So I submit to you, if you want to gain that trust of the public, that you take most of the concerns that come up here, this concern specifically, so maybe we can prevent these things from happening in.
Thank you, Rory. Okay. We are now done with public comments, and we are at comments from my colleagues. Supervisor Gutierrez, Medina, then Washington.
If I could put my slides up. Mine is pretty short here. We did a Hemet mural unveiling, and that was a very nice event over in the city of Hemet, and I just want to thank the city of Hemet for their leadership in doing this and trying to beautify the community of Hemet throughout with murals. Next slide. We also attended several events in the last 2 weeks. One that I wanted to highlight was the Marina Valley Pony World Series. And this was a great event we also had the Pinto Machine Pitch there as well. And it's a great event that brings together the 7U and 8U all-star teams from across the West Zone to compete. There was also a kickoff with skills competition that included things like a home run derby and a golden arm accuracy test. I'm proud to say that our office has supported this event with $5,000 in community improvement designation funds. Thank you to the players, coaches, parents, and everyone who made this event possible. And that's it for me.
Okay. Supervisor Medina.
Yes, if I could have my slides, please. On Saturday, July 18th, I had the opportunity to attend the Riverside Sandlot softball and baseball camp, where young athletes came together to learn, grow, and stay engaged through sports. I want to thank Ruben Ayala for organizing this incredible annual event and for inviting me to speak. It was inspiring to see the enthusiasm, determination, and love of baseball with all the youngsters there. Next slide. On Friday, July 24th, I had the pleasure of meeting with several of the Boy Scouts of Troop 703, a group that had previously attended the board meeting here. It was great to hear about their accomplishments, discuss their future goals, and see their commitment to leadership and service. I appreciate the opportunity to connect with these young leaders and would hope to stay in touch as they go on and reach all the goals that they have set for them. And the next slide. On Monday, yesterday, my staff met with the Riverside County Auditor's Controller's Office to gain a better understanding of the important work that they do to serve our county. I want to thank their entire team for their dedication and hard work and let them know that their work doesn't go unnoticed. My office truly appreciated all that they do and thanks them once again for running Riverside County so smoothly. That concludes my remarks. Thank you.
I'd like to make a few comments before beginning my slides. 2 weeks ago, I was out of state, and actually I already mentioned it earlier today that I was in Hawaii on a long-planned vacation with family. I did want to share some thoughts on one of the items that was discussed. Supervisor Medina and Supervisor Spiegel brought an item to establish a board ad hoc committee to evaluate advisory and oversight options for Riverside County Sheriff's Department. Last year, I shared that I wanted to have this conversation, but I wanted it to occur in a safe space in a way that community members and other stakeholders could have greater dialogue. I wanted us to be able to learn from one another. I believed then, as I believe today, that we could only move forward if we could have this conversation in a productive way, one that is not combative. I think the item that my two colleagues brought to the board accomplished all those things I was looking for. I would like to ask that the ad hoc committee consider a couple of other items in their deliberation. I'm interested in the review and consideration of the effectiveness of existing oversight structures. For example, the Federal Court and Prison Law Office has been overseeing our efforts to improve medical and mental health treatment in the jails for more than 10 years. My understanding is that we have made significant progress under that model of oversight, but I think part of the ad hoc's work could be to look at that data. Knowing what is currently in place and how those things are working will help inform decisions about future oversight efforts. I want to thank them for listening to me and others on this dais and bringing an item that can move this important discussion forward. Now, on to my slides. The first one here is CSUSM Education Update. It was a pleasure to attend Cal State San Marcos's Temecula's The Power of Us event and celebrate the partnerships that are expanding higher education opportunities in Southwest Riverside County. I was proud to see how they are putting the $5.5 million from the 3rd District ARPA investment to work by expanding programs in nursing, early childhood education, software engineering, business administration, and hospitality. These enhancements are increasing access to higher education close to home and preparing the skilled workforce of our growing region needs. It was also wonderful to have my colleague Karen Spiegel in attendance. Together, we remain committed to strengthening higher education and investing in opportunities that will benefit students, families, and our communities for generations to come. I also attended the annual RSA Awards Gala. My team and I had a great time attending the awards ceremony. It was a special evening celebrating the men and women who've gone above and beyond in service to our communities. We're grateful for their dedication and the sacrifices they make every day to help keep Riverside County safe. Congratulations to all of this year's awards recipients, and by the way, a number of them were civilians. And thank you for your continued commitment to serving our county. I joined Coffee with CBS LA as they set up in Temecula to hear directly from local residents about their concerns regarding the proposed Golden Pacific Powerlink project. Our county remains committed to ensuring residents' voices are heard by actively engaging with the California Public Utilities Commission, opening lines of communication, and advocating for a thorough review of community concerns while working collaboratively to explore alternatives to the proposed project. And then, as mentioned earlier with Adam, last Friday, we hosted a Veterans Expo in partnership with Riverside County Veterans Services. It was an honor to welcome so many veterans, their families, and community partners for a day dedicated to connecting those who have served with valuable resources and support. The 3rd District is home to the largest concentration of veterans in Riverside County, making this event especially meaningful to me. Thank you to our partners, exhibitors, volunteers, and everyone who helped make this event a success. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just want to begin with last week, the week before, we were had the opportunity to go to NACO, National Association of Counties, and it was in New Orleans. It was hot and muggy, and had to leave. We left a little bit early, anticipating Tropical Storm Bertha, and she did go a couple days before she really came out, but we wanted to get home before. I did not want to stay an extra few days, so. Anyway, it was an incredible opportunity to continue sharing and hearing. We are used, we meaning Riverside County, quite often as an example. And I was in the Transportation Committee, which I serve on, and does refer to us frequently. And so it's kind of a proud moment when we have other counties and cities with 3,069 boroughs, parishes, and counties. And we're number 4 in the state. It tells you how high we are when we're number 10 in the nation of 3,069 counties, boroughs, and parishes. So very much pride that always happens there. Anyway, it was a time, and Mr. Juan Perez was our partner in crime during that time, and sat on some of the opportunities we got to hear speakers and different sessions that we were part of. So anyway, and then I have the mayor of Eastvale, Jocelyn Yao, started something this year. It's free civic summer camps, and she got donations to fund it. And I went to the graduation of it. She had 3 separate camps, and it was just kind of interesting, a different take on like the Mayor's Youth Council or the various youth connected to city government. But they did this civic summer camp. And I bring it up because it's a combination of the American Legion that does the Girls State and Boys State, so they kind of implemented those kind of activities. They took bills, wrote them up. It was just, I mean, here these are intermediate kids. These aren't high school kids even. And they spoke with such confidence and knowledge. It was very impressive. So I like to see those things. It makes me feel good about our future, since they will be our future leaders. And then on the Corona Chamber of Commerce, after many, many years, and 25 of the last years, my husband served as the Chamber of Commerce Director, CEO, they came to a new building. And it was, in some words, about time. In other words, it's even those old buildings that you get used to, you're going to miss. So it was very nice to have such an overwhelming response to it. So I'm a strong supporter of Chamber of Commerce. I think they're critically important in our community. So when we can pump them up and build them up and support them, I'm there for it. I do want to just share one thing. It is on a personal note, but I just felt most of you here are here every week, and know that I'm out and about on a regular basis. My calendar is full, but it will not be full for the next couple of weeks. I'm having surgery next Tuesday. Conveniently, I was able to plan it around 3 weeks in a row we don't have a board meeting. So I'm having a hip replacement, and yeah. Actually, they keep telling me I had one done 11 years ago, my left, and they keep saying they're so much easier. They're doing it as an outpatient. My age. I'm thinking, really? I want to be waited on. But anyway, that's okay. But I did just because I know that I'm not scheduling meetings. So when you hear that, and when I mentioned about the ad hoc and I pushed it off to the end of summer, I wanted to explain why some things are pushed off. The same thing with Supervisor Medina and the ad hoc committee for the oversight. We're trying to push it out, and I know that we made a commitment to do these, but this got scheduled after all that, and I can't not do it. So I just wanted to share that. So thank you to those of you who stick to the end of all these meetings. We appreciate you, and thank you. So, Mr. CEO, nothing, okay. Mr. Tran.
Thank you, Chair. The board has need to meet in closed session for the item listed at the bottom of the agenda, item 27, various items listed there, and we do not anticipate any reportable actions.
How long will it take?
Okay. How long do you think?
I say about. With CEO's concurrence, about maybe 15, 20 minutes.
Oh.
I'm sorry, was that how long do we think closed session will take, or how long until we start? I think closed session is closer to 45 to 65 minutes.
Okay, so I'm going to compromise. We're going to go up in 15 minutes and get done in 45. So we'll be done by 2:30.
Starting at what time?
Well, we will be up there at 1:45. I have a 2:30 call with CSEC, if possible, otherwise I have somebody else covering it, but just give us a goal. Do we have any memorials? Okay, with that, we will adjourn this meeting. Thank you very much.